Hey guys, Bread God Gaming here. Hope you're having a good day. Today I'm playing as Huang Chao, an ambitious outlaw who wants a throne. Historically, he led a rebellion in China and even proclaimed himself emperor. But in this run, he has heard of another empire ripe for the taking, Rome. So I'll be journeying west, building power as an adventurer until I'm strong enough to seize Rome from the Pope, claim Byzantium, and eventually restore Rome's glory in his own image. We're gonna have the default game rules, so let's get started here. Welcome to China. This first event is for persons starting in celestial government. We can either focus on merit for merit gain, or we can focus on influence, which gives you influence and lifestyle gain. Since we're going to be adventurer, this is actually useful, so let's take this one. Let's first get ourselves married. Since we'll be an adventurer, it'll be a little bit harder to get married. Let's look for someone with inheritable traits. And let's look for someone with the sum of all skills. We want the person with the most skills. We're pretty lucky that there's a genius here, so let's get married to her. And I'll just pass a few days. You'll see immediately we get this other special event. We get a special event which, true to our background, we can either get a Yamen Great Hall, which lets us join escalated peasant factions, or we can become a conqueror, and we'll get a 5,000 army of peasant levies. Or you could be adventurer, which is what we're going to take. Or for the last one, you can convert to this Maitreya faith, and you get the Maitreya incarnate faith. And you also get the special army and start a war. This Maitreya faith basically is extinction of Dharma, so you're going to be evil against all the other Buddhist faiths in the area. So we're going to go and become an adventurer camp. Now that we are an adventurer, let's get our lifestyle settled. We're going to go for martial lifestyle, and we're going to pick the Valor Focus for increased advantage, but also so that martial schemes are 15 days faster. So choosing the right lifestyle is going to be really important for helping finish contracts faster. So we're going to be focused on martial schemes. In terms of perks, we're going to go for Prepared Conscription, which reduces men at arms recruitment cost, and Soldiers of Lesser Fortune, which also reduces recruitment cost. Eventually, we're going to go Stalwart Leader for prowess, and we're going to get Sappers so that our army can siege better. We'll also pick up some perks in the learning lifestyle. I also do want 2 learning perks, so I can get the Take the Custom where it comes. This will also reduce men at arms recruit. I want Take the Custom where it comes. This will also reduce the men at arms recruitment cost by 25%. For our culture, we have intensive farming, which increases the recruitment cost of men at arms by 25%. So we're going to need those to help offset the cost. If we take a look at our military, our men at arms cost a decent amount. I'm going to focus on getting this heavy infantry. But before I recruit any, I'm going to first reduce their cost. We also can choose a camp purpose. Currently, we are wanderers, which gives an equal chance to find any contracts. But we want to be either swords for hire, which finds more mercenary and prowess and martial contracts, or freebooters, which gets prowess, intrigue, and criminal contracts. Criminal contracts do pay better, but can get you locked up, but also fits our background as Huang Chao. So let's become freebooters. As an adventurer, playing as adventurer in CK3 is kind of like playing an RPG. Wherever our camp is, we're going to be able to visit a holding. Currently, we're on a castle, so it's going to be visit castle holding. The first option here is to go to the castle grounds. And here you can either visit the training grounds and you can either spend some gold for prowess, or you can recruit a master of arms if you have proving ground, or you can recruit a master of arms if you have the proving grounds. If we go back, the second option is to go to the guard garrison, which lets you recruit people for money or gamble at dice. If we go back again, sometimes if you're lucky, there will be a third option. This will let you have people join you as a bodyguard for money, or use a diplomacy challenge to recruit them for free, or if you have the gallant trait. This guy has a pretty good martial and prowess, so let's see if he can join for free. We're pretty lucky and he is convinced to join. We're pretty lucky and he joins us. Whenever you have an option to get followers, you should try to get them, since the more followers you have, the stronger you are, and the better you are able to complete your contracts. So let's go back. Now the second option is you can go to the tavern. You can either listen to a story here, which gives you some skill or a modifier for a certain skill, or you can pay money to get Hesteluder wit trait, or you can pay money to get some Hesteluder wit experience, which gives you diplomacy, or you could lose some stress. You can also see who's up for recruitment. You can either pay money for them to join, or sometimes in the very beginning you can get one free person to join you. This girl, she's got some terrible stats, but free is free. There's also sometimes the third option here. In our case, we have a woman that we could recruit. We either pay her for her to join, we try to have her join for free, or we have seduce her. So let's see if we can get her for free. She's ignoring me, so that's that. And the last one of the main options is you can either get supplies, or you can get to the town crier for contracts. So here there's learning, stewardship, and justicar. Since we're focused on martial and prowess, we're going to want justicar contracts, since these are going to be focused. Justicar contracts are one of the ones we do want, since we're focused on martial and prowess. So we could spend some prestige to get those available to us. Before we actually do any contracts, let's first go to moving our camp. Before we do any contracts, let's first actually go to a city and a temple. So if you click on the holding, we're going to be able to see where the city is. It's highlighted with this circle here, so let's move our camp over there. We'll pass a few of the days to transfer over. Now when we visit this holding, it's visit city holding. So the second and third options are the same with contracts and meeting people, but the first one is now we go to a local craftsman shop. So you can either buy weapons, armors, or trinkets. Let's first check the weapons. We're going to actually buy the one with the most prowess. So right now it's this middle dagger here, so let's get that one. Even though we don't have the money, we'll be able to just go into debt to get it. Then let's go to the armor. And same thing, let's look for the highest prowess of the three. Looks like it's this one over here, so let's get that one. And then same thing with accessories. Sometimes they'll have prowess, but most times they won't. So I didn't see anything good there, so let's just leave here. So we were able to go into debt to get two things that give us a decent amount of prowess. So now our prowess is 13. Looks like we didn't really have, looks like my guy had 0 base power, so that's pretty bad. Next, let's move over to a temple. So let's move over to the highlighted area. And now we can visit the temple holding. Temples are going to be really Temples are going to be really strong and important as an adventurer. Again, the second and third option are the same, but the first temple option is going to be a little different. You first can go to healers, and you can either get a health buff here, or if you were wounded or sick, then this will change into a healer option where they have a chance to heal you. The second one here is you could just buy this artifact, which sometimes is good. The second option here is you could buy an artifact that usually is plague resistance or health related. If we go back, we can also go directly to the temple. The overpowered decision is the first one. For just 15 gold, you'll get 250 piety. So I definitely want to do that, since that will bring me halfway towards the next level of devotion already. The other thing is, at the temple, you can get a Blessing of Resilience. This will give you piety, stress gain. This will give you piety per month, reduced stress gain, and 5 life expectancy per level of devotion. This is really strong because it will let us live really long. Right now we're 32, so if I take it right now, we're going to age a little slower. And this is really strong because it will let you live really long as an adventurer. I'm not going to take it now until I get to the next level of devotion. And then finally, you can go to a garden stroll. You'll either lose stress, or you'll be able to convert to the local faith for free. So very strong to go to temples. Now to just show you, let's go to another temple here. All right, and here's our marriage coming in. So we are married to this genius. So let's definitely start seducing her. She doesn't really like us though, unfortunately. Alright, so once we've come to the second temple, we can go to the temple grounds and you can actually still make a donation. Although it says 250 here, once we click it, if we take a look, we actually only get half the amount. We were at 250, but we're now at 375. So there is a little bit of a delay to get the full amount. So I'm going to come back to this temple after we do a contract to get some more piety. So let's first get started on the contracts. So if we zoom out, we're going to mainly be wanting to do things with the cross swords since that's martial, or the one with the single sword since that's prowess. It's slightly red on the screen because it's criminal, but if you can't tell, it will also say this is a criminal contract at the bottom here. Some contracts are going to be, most contracts are going to be like this one, which requires you to do a scheme. These will take a little bit longer until you get a lot of followers to help you do them faster. But contracts like this one, where you just travel to a holding and use your marshal to accomplish things, this is a lot faster. But let's not go against the law for now. Let's first travel here for this contract. Just make sure that it has gold, since we need gold. Some of the other contracts, but let's not mess with the law for now. Let's do this contract up here and just double check that the contract has gold. Some of the contracts, like the Rescue of Fair Maidens, do not give you. Some of the contracts, like Rescue a Fair Maiden, does not give you gold. So let's travel there to accept. In our camp followers, we also have a bunch of free positions. The important one here would be the second. Let's appoint our wife. She'll be able to give us +3 in all stats. And if you have a good or average cavern master, you definitely want one since they make you travel faster and safer. But this person's terrible, so let's not. So let's wait for a better one. So now let's pass some time. We're now exposed to this. Now we are deciding between what type of scheme we want. You can either have a bullseye one focused on more max success chance. You can have a hourglass one that has a faster scheme length. And for those two things, the max success chance right now is 40%. And right now the scheme length is 3 months per phase. You'll see that our scheme grows at 11% per phase. So after 3 months, this thing will grow by 11. Right now, because both of these stats are pretty bad, so I would just focus on a balanced scheme, since this will give you both max success chance and also faster length. So let's auto-invite agents, and then let's pass some time. Now after the first month has passed, this is the adventurer event. You'll be able to recruit people who have martial or prowess. Now that a month has passed, this is the adventurer event that will give you some free recruits in the beginning. You can either get 2 followers with martial, stewardship, or prowess. Since we're focused on prowess and martial, let's check these guys. Sometimes these guys have, sometimes if you look at the stats, it might work out better. So if we look at this guy, he's 10 martial, 19 prowess. This guy's 12 and 22, so very good. But also if you sometimes just look at these guys, they might have decent prowess too. So this guy's 15 and 11, 18 and 11. So actually, these guys are not only pretty good at prowess, but also pretty decent at martial. So prowess is usually a little bit better, so let's go for the scrappers. And you'll see that we've maxed out our slots here. So our chance is higher, and our phase is a lot better. All right, and I wouldn't waste too much time trying to get the max chance, so let's just try to execute the scheme. All right, looks like we failed, but that's just RNG. Here we can duel for money. We'll go for this one. Looks like we're lucky we got some prestige and money. Here, this is a scheme against my wife, so we could just pick whatever. Now that we're back home, we can visit the temple again. And let's go and see if we can donate money. You'll see that it's now fixed where it's 125. So we probably have to do another contract before this is reset to 250. Let's also look at the town crier. Whenever I do finish a contract, we're also going to just check the town crier to see if we get new contracts. So there's criminal, stewardship, and intrigue. So we'll just pick the criminal since we could do them if needed. There's burn property, ambush people. Let's do the 2 passage of arms first. We'll go for balanced. You can see that this phase is pretty fast because, again, our followers are pretty good with their prowess. All right, cool. We succeeded in that, so we got a little bit of money, and we also got provisions and prestige. You also add the contractor to your roll of patrons, which we can access by looking at our camp. At the top left here is the roll of patrons. I'll tell you the ones here. You can right-click them to make a request, and you can spend some prestige to get any one of these. We might be tempted to get the Men-at-Arms regiment. However, it's actually more useful to pick the exact regiments that we want. So I'm actually going to so I usually only go for provisions or gold, although the amount's kind of low. So if anything, I would go for either provisions or gold. But honestly, the amount is kind of low considering we have to spend 100 prestige. And we need a lot of prestige for things we're going to do later, so I tend to not request anything. You can also click at the current situation at the top. And if you can make a request, it'll tell you here as well. Let's go back home. This is a adventure event. We can get provisions or pay money for more, or just reduce our provisions use. Let's get free stuff. And then here's another event towards my wife. We weren't able to seduce her because our opinion's kind of low, mainly because we are very heavy in debt. So let's first try to sway her the entire time, and then we'll learn her language. Or sorry, let me first learn her language, if I can. Right, and then let's check the temple again to see if we can make the max donation. So we're now able to donate for the max amount of piety. So now we are at the next level of devotion. Now let's get this blessing. You'll see that we get 10 life expectancy, and which is amazing. So let's get that. Since we are 33, that means that how health works in CK3, we're not going to age for the next 2 years. But again, let's make sure we just check out the contracts, see if there's anything we like. Hireling contracts are also martial based, so let's do that. So let's do this passage of arms. Cool, we succeeded at that one. And then we'll just keep visiting. That's the thing with Adventurer. You click on the visit temple grounds things a lot. So again, this might be glitched. It says 250, but we only get 125. Anyways, we've ran out of good contracts here. So I might want to just do... So I might want to move my camp to find more. So let's move our camp. Let's go to the capital of China here. While we're traveling, we can also get lifestyle experience at these point of interests. We're interested in ones that have a sword, since that's martial experience, and there's also a chance that you'll get a trait. And also ones with a praying hands, which will give you learning lifestyle experience and sometimes piety. So we can customize our route. And I'll look for any of the learning ones nearby. Like we could go here, and then here. There's one down here. It's interesting, this one's a book, but it's martial experience. There's this temple here. You can go to the battle one there. That's another temple. Go to the battles as well. I'll leave this temple alone since we are going to go there later. And I don't want to travel too far. And I don't want to travel too far because you can see this is already spending almost 2 years. So let's also reduce the danger. I'm going to go into more debt. And also my route is way higher than I can afford. Let me reset this actually. So let's go to some of the... So we don't want to go too far away because then that travel will take forever. So let's maybe try to go to some of these here. You'll see that by just adding that, we added like 4 months. So I don't really want to go too far from where we currently are. So let's like go over here and we'll just grab the ones that are nearby. I don't need stewardship XP, so let's skip that one. Okay, so this will take 5 months and it's along the way. And it will cost a little bit more provisions than before. So let's get moving here. All right, you'll see that now that we've moved, there's some new contracts in the area. Luckily for us, they're mostly martial based. So here's rescue affair subject. As I was saying before, it doesn't have any gold, so we're not going to do this. Here's another passage of arms, and here's a murder foe contract. There is that old spycraft one there, but that's kind of far. We have our first martial perk, so let's actually go stalwart leader for the 4 prowess. So now we have 20 prowess. Now that I have enough prowess, another thing I can do in decisions is I can gather provisions. Let's turn on this notification. And for gathering provisions, you can either use your learning to get some provisions at the risk of getting ill, or with your prowess, you can get provisions at the risk of getting wounded. Since we have a decent amount of prowess now, the chance to get hurt is kind of small. But getting hurt as an adventurer is pretty dangerous, so be careful regardless. We're pretty lucky we got a little bit of food. So let's again visit the holding. Make sure you always look for contracts. There's 2 Justicar ones, so let's do that. Let's also look at the castle, see if there's anything, see if there's that special event to give us free stuff. Let's check the tavern. So these 2 are the regular events. Here's that special event. So there's this woman that we can use. We can pay her 80 bucks. She's got an amazing amount of intrigue. Or you can try to convince her using your own intrigue, but obviously mine's bad, so I only have a 1% chance. Or you can get gallows bait and intrigue experience. So let's definitely just pay the money to her, since she's really good. And then we're actually going to move over to the temple here, since we're going to continue farming the piety. So let's keep getting the piety. Right now it's still not reset, so let's not do that yet. Alright, so there's also 2 more contracts here. Let's just get to doing them. Here there's a crime happening in my camp, so this person on the left's trying to kill this person on the right. You can try to intervene and get opinion, or have them duel to the death, but gain you some prestige. Again, we want as many followers as possible, so it's not ideal to have them die. Or you can just arrest this person as a safe option, and then you can recruit her back into your camp. So I usually try to intervene. We do have our first son, so let's get him educated, and we'll probably this one we can, for the lodgings, let's just say, oh well. Let's get him educated in intrigue, since we're going to do a lot of intrigue later. We're now ready to do this scheme, so we succeeded and got some money. And then let's always, when we're done with the contract, check for more. And just check here for the story to get maybe some free skills. And then check the temple to see if I could pay money. I guess we'll just pay now since don't want to wait too long. Alright, let's rescue this person. Or sorry, let's do passage of arms. For this event you get mercenaries. For 50 gold you get 600 men, but they're all peasants, so it's not worth it. Or you can hire the guy as a bodyguard, or just lose stress. This guy's got amazing stats, so let's definitely hire him. you'll see that our contract finished in just a few weeks. So very easy money once you have good amount of followers. Let's now go for enduring hardships and eventually prepare conscription. For our learning, we have almost 1 perk. Here, this is just a storytelling. It's usually opinion gain. Let's also go for the stress loss. And we'll keep visiting to check out the contracts. Nothing good here for us in terms of martial. Let's check out the story. And let's see if we can get some more piety. You see that keeps reducing, so we need to wait a little bit longer or go to a different temple. So both of these rescue fair subjects are not good. So let's continue heading west. We're going to take our camp and let's just see how far we can go. Let's take our camp and eventually we're going to get somewhere around the papacy. Usually Napoli over here is decent. You'll see this takes about 5,000 provisions. We have half of that. So I could probably pause somewhere over here in India. So let's try to move our camp maybe to Nepal over here. You'll see that that's almost all of our provisions. There's no learning lifestyle experience over here. So let's actually go a little further south since there's some there. So let's change our destination. Maybe to this temple right here. So maybe we can go to this temple here. Another thing you could do is if you just click on that county, there is a move your camp to this county as well. So you don't have to remember exactly. So let's click that. It's going to take about 2,000 provisions. Let's see if we can customize the routes so we can just pick up some more of these learning experience. So we'll pick up that one. Let's try to pick up this one. Pick up this one. Okay, so that picks up a good amount. You will see that there are 2 privitation events. So one right here where an event will occur, and also one here where your provisions will run out, even though you technically have enough. But there's going to be some events that might fire. Let's first see if we can get a caravan master. So we are lucky we have one that's good. So let's appoint them. Let's try to get the high danger down to 0 if possible. So let's click on whichever ones that will give us reduced. Looks like the best is probably mercenary guards plus one of these. So, all right, now we're at 0. So now let's get started moving our camp. We can also make use of an interaction to get provisions if needed. You'll see that if your provisions do go over your capacity, you do get a little bit of gold, although it's not that much. Here you can either have this guy join you and you get Friend of the Holy for 5 years, or you can just get Traveler experience. This guy's got pretty decent stats, so let's try to get him to join. And here I did succeed at learning the language. So the cultural acceptance is halved, so that's good. Let's now continue swaying my wife. Hopefully she'll like me, and then we can eventually seduce her. Alright, here we can get some more provisions, or get a nickname. Alright, we fail. This is another China event. Here you can side with one of your followers to get a weak hook and opinion, or just let them figure it out for prestige. Usually I just let them figure it out. Here you can either lose opinion or pay gold. Opinion is pretty important with your followers since they can kill you, so let's just pay them a small amount of gold. Here we can try to get aspiring blade master, which is great, or get some opinion. So it's good to have a follower who is a blade master. Alright, cool, we got lucky and we are a blade master as well. So now our prowess is 23, and it's going to grow as we do more duels and battles. We do have a perk. It's our first one in the learning tree, so let's go for camp scientists. Alright, and we've arrived. So let's first visit the castle, check out if there's any special events like this third one here. We see people arguing. You can have this guy work for me as a bodyguard for 15 gold, or you can just have him join because we have really high prowess for free, or have a 50-50 shot. You'll see that it says he's excellent because he's also a blade master and he has amazing stats. So definitely get him to join. For the tavern, we also got lucky there's a hooded figure, so here, usually it's a noble or someone. We can help settle his tab for adding him to our roll of patrons. But again, being a patron is not that big of a deal for what I want to do. Or we can just add him through Marshall, so let's try that one out. Alright, we got a hook on him at least. And let's also listen to the story. And let's check out the contracts. There's 2 criminal ones. Okay, so a lot of criminal contracts, unfortunately. Abduct foe. Improvise spycraft. So none of these are that good for me. Let's see how much the abduct foes are. They're 100 gold. You can see crime does pay more than something more legitimate. That only pays like a third of the amount. So let's first move over to a temple. Let's go to donate money. So we got 250. And you can see if you go for a garden stroll, you'll convert to the local faith. So it's a free way to get faith. So it's a free way to convert. This faith, though, doesn't really have any bonuses for an adventurer. Versus for my faith of Diana, Mind Without Mind gives you 5 prowess injury resistance, reduced stress gain, and also you're less likely to get the infirm trait. So it's actually very useful as an adventurer. So we'll keep it for most of the run. Alright, so it might be time to become a criminal. We do need money and time to get provisions. Alright, there are no good contracts here, so I do want to move. Let's see if there's an area we can go to. We don't have that many provisions, so we can't really move that far. I could try to make my way down over to this county here. That's going to take 800 provisions. So I'm definitely going to starve at that point. So I need some money, and there are no really good contracts here. So maybe it's time to get started on the life of crime. So let's take our first criminal contract. Let's also make sure we're not spending money when we don't need to. Here, my son's in danger. Let's see who's got the best chance to save. Maybe get this guy to save him. Here, this girl. We can pay her provisions, but we're broke, so let's not do that. He's asking for money for piety, or we can have her join us. She's not that good, but again, people joining us is fine. We have another martial perk, so let's do prepared conscription. In terms of learning, I just need a couple more points of interest to get the next perk. But if we check our men-at-arms, they're getting a little bit cheaper. Here we can get cultural acceptance for stress, or adopt a culture, or preparing for invasion for 15 years, which reduces men-at-arms recruitment cost. So this is very useful. So let's do that. Now the recruitment cost is almost below 30. All right, we do have the decision to gather provisions, so let's definitely use our prowess to try to get some food. We did get a good amount. So once I finish this, we can leave. All right, cool. So we got some money, and we got a weak hook. And we get a prisoner. And also try to ransom this person for money. All right, let's just go to the temple for the usual prayer for piety. Now we're at the next level of devotion already, so we're gonna be maxed out pretty soon. Let's check out the story. We could wait for like Marshall if we want, but it's okay, since this resets every 3 months. Oops, sorry. Let's see if there's any good contracts in the area. There's some hireling ones. Let's see what they are. Hired muscle. And instructor of knights. So these two contracts are nice. So hired muscle gives you need to do a scheme. But instructor of knights, you see, is not a scheme. So this one we can just travel over quickly. Or here we can have 3 months delay so that this guy loses ill. Or we can try to have one of our followers treat them, which 100% chance to succeed. Or just let this guy deal with the ill. There is a 5% chance he'll die. But other than that, if you look at his health, as long as it's fine, you can't die in CK3. As long as it's fine, you can't die from sickness or age in CK3. So if he's like this, you don't have to worry about him. But thankfully, we have a smart guy in the team, so he can just fix that. Between these two, we have a good caravan master, so easy there. Alright, so here is the knight training contract. You'll open the interaction, and when you train him, based on certain stats, you can have him join you. You could try to teach him with your martial, or have one of your guys teach him with prowess, or this guy. So we're just going to pick the highest one, which is myself. Looks like we taught him, so we were able to get 92 gold and some provisions. Alright, so let's visit the temple for the donation. And we'll check to see if there's any special events. Otherwise, let's get a move on. Let's continue going west. So I'm just going to click somewhere over here. And let's make sure for our route, we're going to pick up some temples. Like at least this one over here. And let's try not to have high danger if possible. Over here we have the event where this person can either join us. He's not that good as a caravan master. Or we could buy this detailed maps from her, which is actually pretty good since it gives safety and speed. Or just have a modifier or no thanks. This is actually good enough that we should get one. Here we can get 10-day delay, or just loss of 20 opinion. Let's not lose opinion, but let's add this. Here you can get people to join you for free, or you could pay them or prestige. There's no reason not to get free people. These guys, some of them have good stats. This guy's okay prowess, so let's take him. Now for Marshal, we're going to actually first get Never Back Down for advantage, and then we'll get Sappers. So let's get Chivalric for Knight effectiveness. Alright, there's some contracts in the area, but let's first visit the holdings to look for events. Here's the hooded figure. This guy's really good intrigue, so let's just buy him. I think that's enough in terms of good intrigue. And then let's look for contracts. There is some criminal contracts there. Let's also look for a nearby temple we can move to. And let's make our usual donations here. And this time when we get Blessing of Radiance, and this time when we get Blessing of Resilience, and this time when we get Blessing of Resilience, we'll get... And this time when we get Blessing of Resilience, we'll get 15 life expectancy, which is amazing. We're 38 right now, so we're still not going to age. Alright, and now that I also have Gallows Bait, there's also the special option here. We could talk to the physician. We can have her work as a physician, which she is excellent, or we can have her just join us because of our good level of devotion for free, or use chance. Definitely have her join us for free. Let's check the artifact. That one's not bad, but I don't want to spend money right now. For supplies, we could try to steal some at the cost of being wounded. So cost increase for 3 months, but that's okay. Alright, let's do Protected Innocent. This one we can have people make amends or leave them alone. Usually just try to help them out. Here we got this champion. We can slow down for him or laugh at him. Although the funny thing is we're already where we're at, so we can just get free opinion. Alright, we finished that. So now this is one of the best criminal contracts called Heist Treasury. So let's get this one started. Here we can get free guy. He's got pretty good stats. For this adventure event, you can get Lust for Land, which halves the cost of Invasion Casus Belli, which is very nice. Or we can get Prestige and Experience, or try to get Flexible Leader. We're going to use this one because we are definitely conquering land. This one we can take this brooch from this guy, but we'll get Bandit trait, or we can have him join us. He's pretty bad stats, so let's just take that and we'll get even more prowess. Currently our trait is not... This one we can get the modifier or some prestige. Let's get that. Currently our Gallows Bait trait is not leveled past level 1, so we can get rid of this by seeking indulgences, going to a pilgrimage and repenting, but we'll eventually try to get rid of it. Alright, so my wife is now happy enough with us, so let's try to seduce her. Here you can try to encourage or break apart these people's friendships, but this will have a good chance that they'll dislike you, so might as well let them be. And again, same thing with the friends thing, whatever. You can gather provisions, so always do that. We'll do provisions, we'll do prowess for that. Our boy is pretty good. Okay, so now that our heist scheme is ready, when we finish it, you can have two options. One, to get the base amount of 105 gold, or two, depending on the person, there's a big, or the second option is there's a bigger amount of gold that you can steal from the person. Sometimes it is smaller than the 105, but in this case, we're lucky that it's 592. So if we click this, so we want to click this one for sure. For the options here, you're going to be able to use your skills or your follower skills for a chance to steal more gold. You're going to add, like for this one, we're pretty lucky. This is a very high chance to add 75 to our haul. If we get caught, we get 1 breach and you get 2 breaches. Once you hit 2 breaches, then they're going to lock you in jail. The third option here is you can just guarantee success by getting some stress. So let's first try to pick as many of these chance options until we're at 1 of 2 breaches. So we try that one. That was successful because there's still 0 breaches. Between these two, this is 92% again, so let's click that. Same thing, this is 92. And then 93. This one's 78, but we're still at 0 breaches. We've stolen 300 gold so far, so let's see if we succeed. We did succeed, so we're now at 375 with still 0 breaches, so let's try again. And looks like we're pretty lucky. So for here, this is 74, so we might fail this. Okay, we did not, but we stole everything. So now we have 592 gold that we just stole. So now we are completely positive. So Heist the Treasury is definitely one of the criminal contracts that are completely worth it. So if you see it, definitely go for it. Because that's a lot of gold. That's enough gold that I could finally build my supply tent. And let's get back home. Let's check out the temple and we will continue donating for piety. We can also check out this artifact's not bad, but 110 gold's expensive. Let's try to get some intrigue and let's go for more contracts. So there's 2 more criminal we can try. Let's see what they are. Burn property and ambush travelers. So ambush travelers is not bad because it's not a scheme. So let's try it out. We could do a small group or an entire domicile. Usually small is the best. Here's a person that we're pursuing. We can have him join us, kill him for money, or just get the money back. This guy's got a good amount of intrigue. So let's have him join us. We are in danger. We either stand as one where I have a good chance to die, or this new guy that I just recruited, he can sacrifice his life. So thank you for your sacrifice. And between these, we can try to make amends. He hates me. Alright, so for preying on travelers, you just have these quick time events. So you can either have prowess, martial, or intrigue. And with this, we're going to be able to steal 50 gold. This is a parenting event. We'll just do the most successful one. This is another delay event. Again, I don't want to wait too long, especially since this guy is still healthy. So we can have this girl treat him. Same thing again. I don't want to waste 3 months. Good thing our physician is good, so instant treatment. And same thing with these. For the events, we can charge the fools. For this one, you can either spend provisions that are low chance of getting ill, or there's a super low chance to die, but since we're Iron Man, we don't want that. Or just pay some provisions and prestige to not have people get wounded. So getting ill is pretty dangerous since it gives a big health penalty, but it also reduces our prowess, so we're going to be able to we won't finish contracts as well, so let's actually just pay the guaranteed win. Alright, for this one, we can use our prowess. So if I did get ill, then my prowess would have been penalized, so I wouldn't be able to finish this as well. Here it's 5 days or prestige. Let's just save the prestige. Alright, so we stole a total of 150 gold. Alright, this guy got a dog, but we can say stop playing with him. We can get some prestige. For our wife, instead of becoming lovers, we're just going to keep clicking the second option so we can keep sleeping with her. So because we want as many kids as possible. So let's just keep endlessly seducing her. Alright, and the supply tent will be done soon. So now that the supply tent is done, this will unlock a quartermaster, which will make provisions, which will keep our provisions better. Also importantly, now I am ready to finally do camp revelry. So let's turn on notifications. This camp event, because we got supply tent, we can increase the food option to the max. So let's get that started for 45 gold. You took a look at the event. At the bottom, the carousing, as the level increases, you'll get more stress loss, and you'll also get some provisions, some experience, and a contract. And at the max level, you even get potential for a free camp building for free. And that also includes the pavilion, which if you look at the pavilion, it costs 200 gold to upgrade it to level 2. So there's a chance that this could be upgraded, or it could be supply tent, which even then, that's 120 gold. So that's really nice. So let's focus on this. And we'll pick whatever options that will increase the arousing level, like this one. We're already at level 3, so pretty lucky. Now, you might also notice that if you close out of the activity, you might think that you can take a contract. However, if you click take contract, you'll actually immediately stop this camp revelry, and you'll gain no bonuses or resources. So don't waste your gold, just focus on the event. Alright, for here, good chance for prestige, or tiny chance to get shrewd. You can try for it. Alright, we didn't gain the stats, but that's fine. Our carousing is maxed, so we're super excited. We can have this lady join us. Alright, so camp revelry succeeded. If you take a look at the bottom right, we're lucky that our pavilion got upgraded. So now if you look, it's level 2. So bam, 200 gold of value on 45 gold. So you definitely want to do revelries when you can. Otherwise, in between, you can just upgrade the buildings. For the buildings, I only need pavilion up to level 3. Or actually, no, I don't. Do I? For the buildings, we only need pavilion level 2 since I only plan to get 3 buildings. This already gives me 3 building slots. You could go for level 4, which gives you 1 more men-at-arms regiment, but I think the +1's enough. In the supply tent, we're going to keep it at either level 2 or 3, since as you increase the level, you'll get more upgrade slots. In the supply tent slots, you can get diligent menders for infantry toughness, roaming smithies for the armorer, which gives you more toughness, and also stocked arsenal, which is the first one I'll get that increases the size of men-at-arms. It also gives you the armorer, which gives more toughness. Or sorry. For supply tent, we're going to go up to level 2 so we can get 2 upgrade slots. The 2 upgrades I do want are diligent menders for increased infantry toughness, and also stocked arsenal for increased men-at-arms regiments, and it gives you the armorer officer, which increases toughness furthermore. So let's get that one first. Then for the other 2 building slots, we're going to want roaring campfire, which gives you more men-at-arms regiments. You can build this at level 1, Or you can go to level 4, which will give you just one more regiment. For the upgrades, or there are no upgrades. There's no real upgrades that we do need. You could go for juicy rumors for more intrigue and criminal contract rewards, but we can save our money there. The other one I want is Proving Grounds, which you can also go up to level 4 for one more increased size. But Proving Grounds, the main thing we're going to need is Lock Wagon, which increases men-at-arms size again, but importantly gives Master Spoils, which gives you gold and prestige based on battles. So this is going to be very useful for farming resources. The other thing you want is probably Personal Bouts, which will increase heavy infantry stats. And if you couldn't tell, we're definitely going for heavy infantry. The one I'm going to make is these special Chinese heavy infantry. They do a lot of damage and have decent toughness. They are half size at 50. But that also does mean that they do counter heavy cavalry. So we're going to make some once I get all the stats I want. But for now, let's take a look at the contracts they all stink. Let's go visit the temple and everything. There's no good contracts right now, so let's try to steal some supplies. And we have enough supplies that we can probably keep going west. So let's just see how far Napoli is here. So we could make it all the way with 2600. I do need a few more learning lifestyle, so I need like 6 more points of interest to get enough for a perk. So let's just try to move maybe somewhere in Georgia here. So the reason why I don't want to move on to like either of these empires is since we technically are a criminal, one of these lords could try to imprison us, although they are kind of busy, so it should be fine. But if I go to one of these smaller areas, especially like this one, then they're not that strong and I could quickly spend some gold to boost up my military and then beat them. So they're a little bit safer to move our camp to. Let's maybe try this guy. Let's see if there are temples nearby I can visit. Actually, we could probably end up going maybe like here. So we're going to go there. Let's make sure we're hitting up the temples. There's a bunch of experience over here. Although this has a book, it's actually martial experience. Right, so this area is super dangerous. All right, that's a lot of high danger, so maybe let's not go there. Yeah, it looks like Baghdad and everything here is very dangerous, so let's skip it for now. Okay, let's just go here for now. There is still 7 chances of high danger. Let's make sure we have a quartermaster. You can imprison my follower or say I saw nothing. Looks like she murdered my wife. That's not cool. Alright, well, unfortunately, there's nothing I could do. I can blackmail her for a strong hook, so let's do that. Let's see if there's another person I can marry. I could marry her. We do want a lot of kids, so I guess I could just marry her for now. Unfortunately, my genius wife was murdered. Let's now go for belt sappers. Okay, again, I could try to seize her, but let's just move on. Let's start seducing this wife. And here, this bird sickness event. We'll just pick the ones with the best chance. This one will make it really slow. So probably just try this one. Here there's people in the night. Same thing, we can go for the one with the best chance. Some people here will die 50-50. Or over here 64, including my son. That's not good. Or you could try to take him out. And this one, you can have our prowess. You could try to take its head, but let's not take the risk. Unfortunately, these people died, or they did not die. It's kind of glitched. It said they died, but they're still alive and kicking here. But okay. Did lose a cavern master, so let's get a different one. Yeah, good thing we have a good decision. Alright, we could try to save this guy. He's our caravan master. This is very dangerous, so let's not do that. Get another caravan master. Get an armorer. Alright, let's increase our supply tent level. For the wandering lifestyle, we could do finding your way for reduced danger in certain terrains. So in the decisions, you'll see designated terrain. You can pick one of these to reduce the danger. So I think highlands is pretty nice for the mountains. So it will give -20 danger. Alright, so we have arrived here. Let's check out the city. There's just a car contract, so let's do that. Let's always go to the temple to pray. Definitely pray for some piety. Okay, and you will see that if you go on garden stroll here, we can convert to orthodoxy there, which I won't do for now. All right, for the contracts, let's do this one. Whoops. I spent money there that I didn't have to, but it's okay. All right, we got tons of provisions. Let's see if they got more contracts. Nothing good here. Alright, so probably a good time to move to a different temple. Let's also see there's some learning experience there. Actually, the Byzantine Empire is still busy. So I think this could be a good time to grab some more of these special temples. In terms of experience, I need like 3 more. So there's 1 there. Constantinople counts. And there's 3 here. So let's go here and let's pass through Constantinople and this town there. Here we can try to steal some money or not. Let's definitely steal money. Alright, here, someone will find us. Right here, we can try to lay with the wife. Let's keep seducing her for more children. So we did get our second learning perk, so now we can reduce recruitment cost even more. For the strategist tree, we'll go down the middle first, since this actually gets infantry damage and toughness. So over here, you can mug people or rescue people. Let's just visit the castle, see if there's more contracts. Check the events for special events, and nothing here, so let's move to a temple real quick. And we'll go through the donation. Definitely get this resilience for the life expectancy. Check if there's any special events or nicer contracts here. There's some criminal ones, so we'll take those. They are mugging people again. So nothing crazy. We're going to need to get to Exalted Among Men for some of the things I want to do. So I do want to do battles eventually, but only once we get on the mainland here. We'll see that for our military. When you create the infantry, they're going to cost provisions per barony. So you want to create them when you're just about to conquer. You also see that they are dirt cheap now. So let's see how many years that recruitment cost modifier is going to last. So it's going to last for 8 more years. So I still have some time to mess around here. And we could try to see how much I need to. I think I needed to be legendary figure to take over empires. So I don't think I could do that. So let's first do some crime. So for mugging the citizens, there's also, so when you're doing the mugging citizens contract, there is a scheme to mug people, but also there's going to be a event, but there's also going to be 4 events that pop up that you can also mug additional people. It'll also tell you down here that there's 4 possible mugging events. So right now this is our first one. So we're going to just use whatever stats are the best chance, which right now is my prowess. So 50 gold right there. Another 50 gold right there. And although this scheme is done, I've only gotten 2 of those events. So I'm just going to pass a few more days until you get the other events. So here's another event. And here's the last one. So it's 3 out of 4. So this is the 4th one. So now we got the 200 gold there. And now I can finish this scheme for an additional 110 gold. So lots of gold. Let's also get provisions. Here, let's intervene. Alright, so always check for contracts. Nothing good. So let's check for donation. Alright, we can do Camp Revelry, so let's do one more here. Let's keep seducing her. I became ill, but my health is good, so I don't need to do anything crazy. We could pay somebody for the big one. So let's do that. Alright, cool. So we leveled up, so our supply tent went up by 1 level. Alright, I think it's time we can do Proving Grounds. And for supply tent, once we're ready, we can do Village and Menders. Let's see what kind of contracts they have here. We could do Hired Muscle here. There's more people we can mug, so we'll do that. And let's, again, check for contracts. This girl's not bad, but I think I have enough people right now, so we'll skip that. Let's go for a hit and run. Let's go for a roaring campfire now. And let's see what kind of things we got now. I would love another, oh, there it is. Let's do this heist treasury. I like how it says we became independent, but we've been independent the whole time. So this treasury heist is going to take a while, so unfortunately, not the greatest. It's going to take almost a full year. Alright, so just treasury, let's see, 447 gold, so perfect. Again, go for the ones with the chance. Alright, well, I still haven't got... Alright, so finally, so here's... Sorry. So we finally got one failed. So if I fail one... So I finally got one breach. So if I fail one more, I'll be caught and I won't get any of this gold. So I can either leave right now with 250 gold, or we could just spend some stress to get a little bit more. So I think we can at least do one more. And instead of getting critical stress, we'll steal the 300 gold. So that's great. If there's another heist treasury, that would be amazing. Alright, we'll just keep seducing her. Let's make sure we keep our donations up. We can have a camp revelry. So let's host one to lose some stress. And then I should get a move on in a second. Oh, we have increased level there. Don't want to get one-eyed. Thankfully, we became wounded. If we get one-eyed, we can't press a claim for the Byzantine Empire. Alright, cool. So, got some provisions. Pavilion also upgraded, so now it's level 3. So that was 350 gold saved. So in the proving ground, let's go for a lock wagon. Let's check the contracts if there's a heist. There is another heist treasury here, so let's get to it. Alright, lock wagon is finished. So now let me upgrade the proving grounds a bit. Proving grounds also gives reduced men-at-arms recruitment cost, so very useful. Here we can get focused reading or just piety. We'll just go piety for now. Alright, but it's approaching 886. Alright, here we can get provisions use, diplomacy, martial. I'll also go for martial. And we can have more intrigue. Alright, so that's good enough of a chance. Let's see how big this guy's treasury is. It's only 225, unfortunately, so it's not that big. But we'll take whatever money we can get. So here we have one more. Reach. 91% is good enough. Okay, we got caught, unfortunately, so we didn't get any of the gold. Failed at 91%. You can, however, escape from prison. There's a good shot. Alright, we succeeded. Unfortunately, let's see who's imprisoned. My wife's imprisoned. Now you have to pay money for them. This guy was a good physician. I Well, let's definitely pay money for her. These people are only 10 bucks. Let's just not pay for a wife because she's 50 gold. In the meantime, let's move our camp over. We're going to want to build a military. So I'm picking Napoli over here because it's orthodoxy. However, they might not have a temple yet. So we're going to have to do any one of these that has a temple. So like this temple right here, let's go over there. So while that's working, let's continue to upgrade our stuff there. And let me continue to bail out some of these people. Wonder if I could just give this guy a hook. Nope. All right, so right now that I'm here, let's first do the usual. Donate so I could get 20 life expectancy. We're only 50, so this is amazing. Our health is probably really good. So let's go on a garden stroll. We can convert to orthodoxy. And then let's get a contract somewhere. There's nothing there actually, so okay. Let's see how much men-at-arms we can get. 3 regiments. So let's recruit these infantry. You'll see it's only 12 gold for them. And let's max these guys out. Right? That only costed like 400 gold and we have 24 stacks of these infantry, which is amazing. And we'll build these up more. Now you can refill them with provisions or gold. But we're actually going to just go quickly to a castle. And because we have such a high level of devotion, you'll see in the castle, there is an option for checking out the demoralized soldiers. You're going to be able to use your level of prestige or devotion. And since our devotion is so high, we're going to reinforce 80% of them. And we can also do those contracts. So now that most of them are replenished, you can use the rest. So now that most of these guys are replenished, you can refill the rest of them with either provisions or gold. Since we have provisions to spare, we can just use provisions and now they're maxed out. And now let's make sure we have a master of spoils and all these positions are more or less filled out. And now we can make money by joining people's wars. So like there's one over here. We could probably beat this army. Let's check out this emperor. He's got a peasant uprising, which is nice because there's a lot of men. So we can actually help this guy out. You can try to offer military assistance, but a lot of times they won't be interested in help. But you can actually offer free help, and they'll always accept free help. So now we're part of this war. We can just go and find that army. Our troops do counter peasant militia, and these guys are pretty darn strong, and we're a pretty good commander. So we should have no problem. So let's go and help them out. We do want to fight them alone. Otherwise, we won't get the credit or resources. Actually, they lost already. Okay, so we couldn't help out there. Good thing with the updates, we have access to the ledger at the bottom right here. You can take a look at the ongoing wars. We're going to sort them by total soldiers, and we'll see if there's someone in the area that we can help out. So Arabian Empire over here, we could probably fight against this guy. You do have to be a little careful because move a reason, counter heavy infantry. Let's see if there's someone else then. This guy's kind of far. Also kind of far. So I don't think our men can take on that many men here, although maybe we can, so we can try our best. We can offer military assistance and they'll pay us some gold. Do Roaring Campfire as well. We're going to try to get Roaring Campfire to level 4 for one more regiment. I think 4 regiments should be enough. Right, so he wants our help. So now let's go find those armies to destroy. Okay, with my luck, looks like all these wars were finished before we could get there. We do still get a little bit of gold, but we're trying to go for battles. I was curious to see if the Pope has called a crusade yet. Nope. Maybe this one we can help. Where's this guy going? Says we're slightly in debt. Let's sell this thing for $1. Now we're not in debt. And now we should be able to beat them. So our infantry are a little bit countered, but very good there. We didn't get that much gold or prestige because it's not a big army. You'll see that the siege takes some time, so I do need sappers. Here's one victory. No came out in prestige. If we could get to illustrious level, then we'll be able to have more high level contracts. So actually we don't need to finish the war for him. Let's see if we could just join someone else's war nearby. There's a war going on here. Try to help this guy. So we can't offer more military assistance for money, but we can just offer to join wars for free. So that's good because now I can find armies that I can crush. So here's the Caliph's army over there. We're taking a lot of attrition, unfortunately. Alright, there we go. We caught him. We're a really good marshal. So should be able to just destroy them. This event, we'll just do the first one for now. Alright, so we crushed the Caliph's army. You'll see it was a slaughter. So we got a good amount of prestige and gold. Now there's an army here I could go kill. Obviously there's a lot of attrition. Well, that's too much attrition for me to take. So let's see if there's another war we can help out. Sometimes the vassal wars is nice too. There's a little peasant faction here, so we could try to help this guy out. Let's just offer to join that war for free. And let's just go destroy those peasants. And while he's fighting, I don't want to join him because he'll get war score. So instead I want to wait until their battle's done. Here I don't really care if my wife's cheating. Okay, so that battle has ended, so now we can fight him by ourselves. Okay, so now we're going to be able to crush these peasants easily. Alright, there you go. 2 peasants crushed for a decent amount of gold. Some prestige. So that war we won for him. The other war we've contributed enough, so we will get credit for it. There's this war over here. I would like to help the smaller side, but our troops are kind of weak right now, so let's see if I can upgrade for the increased men-at-arms regiment there. Let's actually go home for a second. And we're going to go and replenish people. So we'll use our devotion. And we can see if there's any good contracts. Not really right now, so let's go to the temple. Let's make the donation. Yeah, it looks like that war already ended somehow. Here's another war. This is perfect. We can help the little guy here. Looks like he didn't accept. So let's just offer to join him for free, and then let's kill these armies for him. So easy crush there. Some gold and prestige. But you do have to factor in the travel time and everything, so it did take us some time to get there. Let's see, this guy's fighting another army. We probably won't be able to kill these guys, but we can just try. So let's offer to join his war. The reason why I think we have a shot is because these guys are spread out so much. Okay, they already lost that war, unfortunately. Here's this war we can join. Let's try to help this guy. There's his army. Okay, so pure infantry army. There you go. Decent slaughter for a good amount of prestige and gold. And we can just keep slaughtering that army over and over again. So we could, let's say, like, take over this holding. His army is replenishing. And then you see it's reforming over there. And then we can just go and crush him. Now again, we don't want to help him per se. Nope, they lost that war. Okay. So let's see some other wars. We could probably help this guy. There's his French army there. So let's come over here. You can see it's taking 8 months to get there. So let me temporarily remove myself. And we can see if we can do like some contracts or traveling. Just in the meantime. Really nothing over there. Now let's see if we can revel fast enough. So it'll take 4 months to finish the revelry. So while that army is traveling, we could just do this. Right, so Proving Grounds has been upgraded by 1 level. So now it's level 4. So we have another size to our men-at-arms regiments. We can also get personal bouts once we have enough money. Let's take a look at our army and put ourselves back there. We can also increase the men-at-arms size. And although they won't replenish, once we get sappers, we'll be able to siege something and then we'll easily get them replenished. Adventurers actually replenish more than a normal ruler. Alright, let's see where he's at. He's like over there. So we're going to land in 28 days. He might attack me. Alright, let's hope he doesn't. So while we're waiting here, let's wait for this disembark to disappear. And this will take 7 days, so... Alright, perfect, we can go attack him. So we have good advantage. Our armies are just really powerful, and we counter his cavalry. That's easy win. There is one more army that didn't come fight, so let's chase him and destroy him. And then so we got a good amount of prestige and gold. So let's conquer this. You'll see that we're at like 1,100 men. But once we take the siege, once we take the holding, we're replenished up to 1,300. And that's because our adventurers replenish a little more over so that they can survive attrition. So we'll use that to our advantage, so I don't have to spend resources to refill them. I can now just conquer holdings to refill these guys. And there's people we can ransom, so let's get them ransomed out. And for our, once we get the money, let's add personal bouts for even more heavy infantry stats. And look, they're running away because they know we're much stronger. So I want to chase them. So we're defending a river cross. He's defending a river crossing. We might lose that. But yeah, our advantage is too good. His army's just mostly peasants, 5,000 peasants, so barely any men-at-arms. Let's go and crush these armies. No, I don't want to take the attrition there. Fortunately, I will. So I'm going to have to siege something to replenish myself. Okay. It might be a little lagged now, 1214, but once we get over, crush that one. So a lot of prestige there. And this one is 500 prestige, 132 gold. So now we are illustrious. Here we can try to just get provisions. Alright, easy money there. So I'll just wait for his army to replenish. In the meantime, we can let our guys just hang out and maybe conquer something. Let's come back here and let's see if there's any contracts or something we could do. Always make the donations. It is, you know, a little unrealistic that we could teleport, but alright, well, we can mug some people here. And then while that scheme is firing, let's just keep an eye out on our military. You can check out the King of France's armies is slowly replenishing. Yeah, let's rob these people. Alright, the King of France's army has barely replenished, but he sent his troops out. And we could destroy him even without a commander, it looks like. So let's just farm up some of these stats there. And let's also finish preying on the citizens, so we got a lot of gold there. So let's go and upgrade campfire one more. So now our infantry have very good damage and toughness. Take a look at the Byzantine Empire. Armies are raised, so I can't yet. Okay, so we've wiped out those armies. There are some more armies here I'd love to wipe out, but we might finish the war by then. Let's go for a strategist. Alright, so we have enough stats here. We could probably try to go for whole of body so we can live as long as we can. Or we can go for like truth is relative so we can get some more options with intrigue. But let's just go for whole of body. Alright, so unfortunately I couldn't go get those other battles. But now that you see we are illustrious, there are these level 2 contracts in some areas. Right, there's a level 2 there. Level 1 murder foe. Alright, let's see if we declare war against him. I need to be legendary figure to take over the empire. Although our army looks small, we definitely can beat his army. So that's not the problem. The problem is getting to legendary figure is going to take forever. So I'll do it another way. I'll probably first go for Rome. And then we can go maybe Italy. we're going to be able to use our huge stack of piety to our advantage. So let's first get ourselves to exalted among men, since we're going to need that for more options. So let's see if there's any big battles in the areas. It's kind of far. This is kind of close. This guy is a conqueror, however, so it might be hard to fight against him. He does have a big army, so I might want to wait for my one more stack of men-at-arms. So maybe let's get started on getting rid of gallows bait. So let's go on a pilgrimage. We'll go to Rome. There does seem to be a plague going on. Let's see where the plague is at. I don't really see a true plague, but okay. You do want to avoid plagues because getting sick as an adventurer really sucks, since I want to accomplish a lot with this one life. So let's not mess with those things. Like over here, let's not do that. Let's go around them. Doesn't do anything. Okay, so we can avoid the plagues there. Let's make sure we ransom these people before they escape or something. So we're really rich now with war. And we'll just focus on whatever options will give us the most piety. Alright, we did get a diplomacy perk, so I also got gravitas somehow. Pretty lucky there. So we could have double level fame impact, which level fame gives you secular opinion and also more knights. Or we could get more stats and diplomacy. I think having the stats is nice, so we could do that. The guy's pretty competent. Alright, for here, we're going to have to spend 10 gold, but we get more piety. Alright, and here you go. You can repent, and you completely lose the gallows bait trait. So that's very useful. So now we are no longer a criminal at all. And other than avoiding going into prison, we also gain back a lot of the opinion. So people who have gallows bait trait, let me see. They're going to slowly accrue reduced general opinion, and they'll also reduce their vassal opinion. So once they become rulers, it's kind of hard to keep your opinion up. So we did eventually want to get rid of it. Now that I have war, I don't really need to go on criminal contracts. Right, and our campfire is done in a couple of days. So this guy, pretty good bodyguard. Alright, so once this campfire is done, that means we have another additional men-at-arms regiment. So now we can create some more infantry. Let's max them out. And once we are home, let's first do the usual, donate to the church. Check out if there's a good artifact. This one's actually not bad. We could just grab it. Now that I have all my money spent, I don't really need that much money. I only need around like maybe 500 for shenanigans later, so we'll save those. Here, these contracts don't interest me, so let's leave them alone. Let's actually go to a castle so we can replenish our troops. So we'll go to the castle grounds and we'll have them ride with me. Since our level devotion is really good, you can see since our level devotion is maxed out at religious icon, you'll see all of our men at arms are going to be fully reinforced. So very, very strong. I'm just curious what kind of contracts there are going to be. There's one level 2. You'll see level 2 is 314 gold, so a lot of gold when you get high enough prestige. There's a heist treasury, but like I said, we don't need that. So now that all my men are replenished, let's see if any of those wars are still going on. So here's this guy conquering. He's got a huge army there. Let's see if we can help the little guy. So I've offered him my help, but I'm going to go ASAP so I don't miss the war. It's going to take 5 months, so I just have to hope that he doesn't win in that time. And it looks like a guy didn't want to pay me, so let's just offer him our help for free. Now I know where his armies are. I'm going to need to aim for this one. Nope. Looks like we failed to get there in time. Okay, so let's look for the next big war. One's kind of far. Traveling the desert's not comfortable. Maybe I could help the Arabian Empire. This guy's a conqueror though, so he should go to war soon. Let's maybe just pass like a few days. Or not. So we're going to work on whole of body now. Okay, let's... Okay, so I think I could interfere over here. Let's offer this guy some help. Raise everyone, and assuming he wants my help. He's probably rejected it, so... Or 1 second. Yeah, it's a very small county, so that's okay. Because he is a conqueror, so I don't want to help him like take over the Arabian Empire. That would give me trouble in the future. So let's just go land here and destroy his army. Alright, so easy prestige, piety, and gold. Oh, we're already going to win for him there. I would love to fight any of the other armies. There's one army there. I don't know if there's time. Nope, no time. Alright, Bulgaria is dealing with a problem there. We can just help this guy. It's kind of far away to interact with. Let's offer military assistance. Probably won't. Alright, so I didn't get the notification he wants my help, so let's just join him for free. There's that guy's army, so you definitely want to fight them. Looks like he's okay to take on that single army by himself. Alright, so not that many troops here. I really want this conqueror to fight so we can destroy his armies. This guy's too far. Too far. This is kind of nearby. Alright, let's just offer this guy free help. And let's go and destroy those armies. It'll take 7 months to get there. And also for that other conquest, we have enough contributions, so he'll pay us. We could just let him win it on his own. Alright, let's annihilate these armies. So that's 54 gold, 200 prestige. Let's follow these armies. I don't want him to fight over there. I want to fight alone, so I don't want to help. So we're going to let him lose, because otherwise it'll be war score. Now let's go and destroy those armies. Okay, easy wipe. 116 gold, 450 prestige. Now if they let adventurers raid, that will be OP. Please, excellent. So he's at war. I might not be able to beat that, but we can just try. So let's offer him free help. See if we can go and destroy people over there. Make sure all of our guys are the best. This guy's excellent, but he's dying. So I don't know if he'll have enough time to help out there. This guy's average. I would like a better master of spoils. Alright, so we just gotta deal with what we have. Or, alright, let's try this. Or no, let's not. Okay, so now I just have to make sure I'm at a smart area. So let's first grab this. He's coming to me. I think we'll be able to kill him. Or maybe not. But let's try our best. Oh, wow. Okay. We're in favorable terrain. We're not that countered. And we're countering a lot of his guys. Because again, the good part about ours is we counter heavy cavalry. And actually a lot of these guys are light cavalry, so that's a big army we were able to destroy. So 10,000 armies, 10,000 troops in this army, bunch of archers, horse archers, raiders. Very good amount of prestige and gold. And we're just going to chase them down. Some of our guys died here. This guy's a bad master of arms, so we definitely want to replace him now. Our guy's damage is insane. Let's chase their army. There he is there. It's better high quality. Maybe I'll stay here to defend. Okay. Not looking good for me here. That's okay there. couldn't get it in time. I don't mind that, so let's see if I could land here. Alright, so as long as we have that defensive advantage, we're okay. We can beat them, so... I need like maybe one more stack of troops to actually beat them. See if I can upgrade something in my camp. So I could upgrade Pavilion one more. I don't want to spend the 500 gold per se, but maybe I have to. Let's see if I could just win by smart positioning for now. So we're going to farm as much prestige as we can from these guys. Let's take over a holding so we can replenish our guys. So we're at like 1,300 men. Once we take it over, we're back to 1,500. See, it glitches for a second there. Come on over. He's done an 18 days battle in 20, so that's not good for us. So we'll just hang out right here. Apparently win plains. There is no defensive advantage though. Our guys do more damage in plains. So we can hang out. Alright, but that was nice. We were able to crush a good amount of guys. Let's see if we can chase them. Let's keep chasing him. Our allies are useless, but I don't care about them. Alright, let's hang out here. He thinks he can win. He trickled in, so we were able to crush that first army. Now his next army is going to come in, and now we've stack wiped everything. So these two armies got stack wiped. So we're almost to exalted among men. We have 1,100 gold. Still got more men coming. We killed all of the Conqueror's armies. They will replenish though, so we're perfectly fine just hanging out here. And his war score is only 20%, so it's going to last for a while. So let's just hang out here. Oops, I forgot to read that middle decision. Let's take out this holding. Alright, there's his men. They replenish really quick, so that's good for us. Let's maybe hang out in the hills here. Hope he comes. Yep, he's coming. I forget if we have no hills, just plains. But it's okay, we still get defender advantage. Okay, pretty good there. Let's see if we could grab his capital. 12 months, unfortunately. Very, very high. That's a little too hard, so let's go for this one. It's 2 months. He's going to be ready to fight me in a second, so let's come to the plains. Nope, I failed that one. That's okay. Our Master of Spoils died, though. Nope, we don't really have many men. We're going to have to retreat. Let's remove ourselves so we can teleport to recruit people. Check out the castle. Let's look for some able-bodied people. We can have them reinforce. I don't know if that works. That actually works. They can just magically reinforce to the battlefield. That's crazy. Let's just sell some random stuff. And I believe for Master of Spoils, you need someone who has good stewardship and diligent, greedy, just, or stubborn. So these guys all stink. There is 2 unimportant men. Men. Including himself. Alright, let's try this guy. And we marry it to one of our daughters. Nope. Alright, never mind. Really depending on this guy to survive. Alright, let's conquer one thing to replenish our guys. Or actually, sorry, they were already replenished. Let's try to get him over here. Let's just wait for him. Or it looks like, alright, fine. He's not coming anytime soon. We're almost exalted. His armies also move pretty fast. Nice, we're gonna defend the river crossing, so that's amazing. Alright, that's a lot of prestige and gold. Alright, but there you go, we have 8,000 prestige and we're exalted. 15,000 to get to legendary though. We're 65, so I don't know about that. Let's help him finish this war since we need to do... We need our time back to do shenanigans. Alright, cool, we won. Paid a lot of money to this guy. We contributed so much but only get a little prestige. We slaughtered almost 40,000 people. That's really good for us. Okay, so I think it's a little unreasonable to get 15,000 prestige to just grab the Byzantine Empire. This would be nice, but that's too much. We could grab Italy. But what I can do is I could take advantage of the fact that we can request claims from this guy. But not as a adventurer, only as a ruler. So we probably should try to take out the Pope. I have a ton of piety. Let's see if I can... I am in need of the modifier. So I do need the lifespan modifiers. Let's head over to a temple. Let's go to the church and have 25 years of life expectancy. So that's why we're going to remain healthy for a while. Let's see if there's a good artifact. We can also get extra health here from just proven treatment. We don't really need more people right now. Okay, so Just curious. Yeah, this is like 150 gold versus level 2 is 300 gold. Alright, so I think I'm ready to just grab Rome. I think this is enough men. If not, we can increase our pavilion one more level for one more stack. It's going to cost 500 gold in 14 months of time. Byzantine Empire is not that strong. Okay, I think it's enough men. Let me go eat lunch first. Alright, so probably go for the papacy and then try to get a claim on the Byzantine Empire. So let me first make sure I am modified as much as I can. We do have some perks, so let's do maybe Golden Obligations and we'll continue working for Hall of Body. Kind of might need a Truth is Relative perk since I might need a hook on this guy. So before I go to war against the Pope, let me actually work on getting one intrigue perk so we can fabricate a hook on our Head of Faith. So let's first just travel around for some intrigue experience if there is any. I don't think there is actually in the world. Yeah, it's mostly martial stewardship learning. Okay. So before I go to war against this guy, we do have some decisions we can take. So I can spend some money and prestige to get this nice lifestyle book. So let's spend that. We can either get more martial lifestyle, or we get a little book, or we postpone this. So we're definitely getting this book. The book, as you'll see, is all of my future heirs will have 20% increased lifestyle experience. So that's very useful. Okay, so now let's get to war against this guy. Let's attack him for his Duchy of Rome. My army's not big enough actually to besiege this, maybe. My army's not big enough to besiege Rome, so we're gonna have to just go for the nearby counties. And let's also not forget to sell these prisoners before they escape. So once we beat this army, we'll have enough war score. So we destroy them, got some good money there as well. So now I'm going from adventurer to becoming landed. We're going to grab Rome and all its counties. We're going to become feudal. We're going to get veteran adventurer trait, which reduces our maintenance by 50%. We'll destroy the buildings in our camp, and some of the gold will come back to me. So we're around 2,000 gold, so once I enforce, we're at 2,200 gold. So now let's see if I could get a claim on the Byzantine Empire. If I right-click, you'll see there's a request claim. Unfortunately, this guy is decent opinion with the guy. Unfortunately, the head of faith likes him enough, so we might not be able to get a claim. Maybe I could first try to request this excommunication. So it only costs... Okay, wait 1 second. So we could try to request a claim to get the Byzantine Empire. Our head of faith will not allow this. Seems like he doesn't dislike his liege that much. So what we could first try to do is we can right click and try to request excommunication of the liege. And this will spend some piety, but we have a huge stack. And you'll see it's only -1. So all I have to probably do is we can seek indulgences to get some opinion. And then now we can request this excommunication. And that's good for us. And let's see if we can request the claim. So now you see it's only -10 now. So maybe now let's try to bribe this guy a little bit more. We'll send him some money. And we're at 0, so we need just a little more. So let's offer a courtier. We'll just give whomever. All right, he'll accept this guy, so that will give 10 more opinion. Okay, so we're at 100 opinion, so now let's try to buy a claim from him. So now he'll definitely accept. So we can get a claim on the Byzantine Empire. You can also check to see where else Orthodoxy is head of is the faith. You'll see that it's only really just Byzantium and Bulgaria. So we could try to request a claim here, although this guy's not the faith. Wallachia is, so you could try to request a claim. So now our head of faith has given us a claim on the Byzantine Empire. And let's try to request a claim on someone else. He won't accept because I already have a claim. So that's okay. That's the important one we have. Now for our lifestyle, we're going to continue going for whole of body. So let's get medicine focus. And we'll try to get there so we can live as long as we can. For our decisions, we can consecrate our bloodline. So now we become Paragon. And we get some renown. So we might as well spend that piety. And then for our renown, we're going to save it for a second. All right, so let's first press our claim for the Byzantine Empire. Let's raise everyone, and our military is too small to besiege Constantinople, so we're going to have to just go for things on the side. So let's first go for this barony here. So I'm just trying to find where his armies are at. We have no idea. He is fighting another claim war. And the guy is like somewhere over there, so they might be over there. There's his armies moving somewhere over there. We have another learning perk, so let's continue. Health is still fine. Yeah, I'm not sure where his army's at. I have enough war score to beat his army and win, but we just don't know where they're at. But we should win this soon. Alright, so we've got enough war score. We can press our claim on the Byzantine Empire. So with this, we are now the Emperor of the Byzantine Empire. We don't have any heir because our current one. Okay, we'll fix all that in a second. Okay, so we now have the Byzantine Empire. Now I want to fix up my vassals. Okay, let's do a few things at a time. All right, now we control the Byzantine Empire. So let's first get things settled. So I'm over my domain limit. Okay. Let's first go to Royal Court. In the court artifacts, let's get things set up. We have Crown of Justinian as the creator, as the Emperor of Byzantines, so this will give us one more domain limit. In the furniture, we're going to definitely include Statue of Constantine, since this will reduce our heavy infantry maintenance. This will also give more monthly influence. When you're playing administrative, you want to stack as much influence as you can. So we'll definitely go for that one. For the other side, although this one is illustrious, it doesn't give us influence. So you could either go for a statue of a Roman woman or... So I would rather go for a statue of Roman woman, which gives us % influence. There's only one choice there, so that's good. For court grandeur, amenities are going to use treasury, which we don't really have any right now, but this will go positive. Let's do the minute lodgings. Let's increase the lodging level to the max. And for our court type, we could either do diplomatic or scholarly. So of the two, doesn't really make a difference right now, so we'll leave them alone. Now let's fix up our court. We're going to put the most competent people there. For this knight, we can blackmail him to get a little hook. Or we can go for someone else who maybe likes us. Like this guy here likes us. Let's go for the most. For our chancellor, let's do domestic affairs so people like us. And for our empress, let's have her do manage court intrigue. So we are protected against other people, and we also have pretty good intrigue to do stuff ourselves. We also want to hold a coronation because we're going to lose legitimacy every month. And once we get anointed, then we'll gain some opinion. Rather with uncrowned, we're losing opinion. To get anointed, you first have to request anointment from our head of faith. Good thing he loves us, so we can easily request that for 500 piety. And then we should be ready to host the coronation. After he's approved it. Right, so there he is. He's approved our anointment. We do need 280 treasury, which we have nothing right now. So we're going to use this button next to our gold to get us to 280. Now we can host it. Now with our renown, since we are administrative, we can do stewards of the empire to get more influence. So we'll get that one first. We're also going to give away some titles. So I have all of Rome here. We have something in Sicily, which I'm going to actually grant to a local Sicilian noble to get cultural acceptance. We also have all of Thrace, including Constantinople, and we have Athens. So for Athens, we're going to give it also to someone who's Greek. This will give cultural acceptance. And we'll give him the rest of it as well, including the duchy for 2.5. I do want to hybridize with Greek, but this will cost 80 cultural acceptance. The main thing is that you want your acceptance to be high, so these people won't have so that your vassals shouldn't have the cultural acceptance penalties there. Also, for our own culture, cultural primacy, it makes it hard to marry people outside of our culture. So I definitely want to hybridize away from this. That way I could get some more spouses or concubines, because right now I'm pretty limited. I do need a male heir preferably. So I might actually just take this girl as a concubine. But let's also give away this little duchy here. Right, and I don't really need to give away much more than that. Right, and the other thing I want to do is if you look at Constantinople, it has no control, so it's giving no taxes. So in our courtiers, we want a seneschal. This guy will give control in the Rome capital, but also with a managed domain, will also increase control growth there. We also could get these eparch. This will give us more governor efficiency, but also there is enforced public order. And this will also increase the control growth. So right now, so right here, it's increasing it by 0.9. So it's going to be 1.7 per month. And we'll also have our marshal to increase control here. So this is going to increase by 2.7 per month. We're going to have our steward promote culture so that we can increase this acceptance over time, although it's kind of bad right now. And I actually do want to claimant faction, so there's this one claimant here. It's good for us. We want him to fight us while we're strong. So here is the previous guy. Let's disfigure this guy and have him leave. Here's the Byzantine Empire here. Again, looks like he was imperial at some point. Let's get to limited administration so we can revoke titles. Can't revoke this guy yet. Don't have enough influence for him to retire. So, but influence is very useful. Okay, let's keep an eye out on this. Let's keep an eye out on this faction while working on this coronation. We have another learning perk. We're going to continue there. He also has a chance to give us this mail, so that's good. And for our options, we want to pick anything that gives us cultural acceptance, like this one gives us 10% acceptance there, so that's very useful. And so we'll see that we're already at 13%. There's a lot of detractors at our coronation. This guy's here. If I give no response, then they'll get increased knight effectiveness, which can be pretty dangerous. So probably just gonna have to get some tyranny. This guy's my rival. Trying to murder him is tough. Here we can get some renown. Alright, so now looking at the faction, he's ready in just a month. So if we look at where he's at, he's over here. So let's summon our armies over there. We're going to just have them summoned all there. I did inherit something from someone, so let's give this away to a Greek noble. Alright, we are now crowned, so we can put on this crown. And my Empress is doing great. So for this one, we could try to purge the pretenders since we do have pretty good intrigue right now. So let's try it out. And for the option here, we're going to try to get cultural acceptance. So we got another 10% to Greeks. All right, so coronation is done. And now the faction is firing. So we can say we won't be threatened. They're going to have 15,000 men against my 5,000. Most of our guys are elite troops, so that's helpful. And we're also a very good commander. The unique thing about these administrative vassals is that if we take a look at them, if you right click them, you can also coax people to join your side. So as long as they like you enough, you can bribe them or use a hook if you have hook on people to coax them to your side. Although it does cost a lot of influence. So that's why, again, influence is super important in an administrative realm. But let's first win this war and then we'll see how we can get some influence. So let me first grant this to a noble. It's funny how it says we will lose land if he wins the war. Well, of course, he's going to take our title. Okay, hopefully we can jail this guy. There's his army. Him. Now we could add it to our collection. So you can either put the war banner there, or what I'm going to do is I'm going to destroy for gold, since we need gold. Because we're bleeding out. You see that's mainly because the men-at-arms, they have massively increased costs for being administrative. Let's take a look at this guy. So he's there. It's a court event. Looks like my daughter's the wrong faith. Let's convert her. All my daughters are the wrong faith because I don't think they convert with you. Let's also fix that. And while I have a lot of piety, let's see if I can make a new faith once it's done. We'll call this New Buddhism. To Aniconism. And we'll keep right so we can keep ecumenism so that crusades can't be called against us. And maybe Alexandrian Catechism. I want equal. All right, we'll be able to finish this once we are ready. Let's continue this war. Looks like he's warring over here. So we're going to war over here. Try to look for a low fort level. You see these fort levels were 8, so they're taking longer versus the ones that were like 3. Didn't really take that long. So I might want to head over here. It looks like those are all faster. Let's come on over here. And also maybe create some provincial armies. So currently we have no title men-at-arms, so we'll create some siege crossbows so that they can finish faster. And we'll raise those guys there as well. So this is 40 days for that siege. So we can probably out-siege those guys. We just need to make sure we survive. I'm going to save my marriage for one of these families. So let's see who is not part of the war. Alright, so this guy's not part of the war, so I can try to arrange a marriage of this guy. So I could try to marry his daughter here. He doesn't really like us, but if I give him influence, he'll accept. But the key thing is, he's a powerful family in the... But the key thing is, he's a powerful family in the realm. So when we do get married, you'll notice that now we're getting +1 influence for being allied with the house head of this guy. So we want a lot of family, and we want to be allied with as many people as possible. That way we can get as much influence as possible. So that's an easy way to get influence, but also prevent this guy from joining a faction. All right, you see that this is like level 6, so too long. Versus this is just like 60 days, so much better. health is still fine. Looks like he might be coming over to fight us, but we should finish this before he comes. So once we finish, then it'll be very deadly. And we're at 99% war score. I could run to guarantee that... Alright, let's just see. Battles are always fun. So we have a lot of advantage. The combat width is only 968, so we're going to be fighting at pretty good advantage here. The width is now 2795, so all of our men are fighting, and they're mostly the men-at-arms, so very good. So big victory there. My loyal infantry were able to kill a lot of their men. We beat their army of almost 1200. And with that, we secured our victory against this guy's claim. So now all of these people are going to be imprisoned. So very good there. And now we can start cleaning up the vassals a little bit. So let's come here and let's start revoking these appointments. For this rival, he has that claim, so let's negotiate his release to renounce his claims. He won't. Unfortunately, so I'm going to have to just execute this guy. That means that this son will get a claim, so we're going to have to kill this guy. And then for these other vassals, let's just clean it up, take away his titles. We don't have to worry about claimants here because they're not feudal, so there is no hereditary claims. So here you could just ransom them and get some money, especially since our money's running low. I only wish that this page would stop closing when I revoke people here. Like if I revoke here, I want to know where I am. Actually, this guy is not even my jailer. Guy has a lot of money. This person has some titles, but she has money. It's okay. Guy does not have that much money, so I'll also just castrate the guy, get some dread. That way our dread is almost at 100. This is under siege, so I'm gonna have to wait. This guy's got nothing, he's in debt, so I might as well just castrate this guy. got nothing for me. So we'll just put her in a dungeon, I guess. This is only 10 gold, so it's really nothing. Alright, so I've revoked everything, so we have a ton of titles we can hand out. So now let's hand out these titles. We're going to give it to all Greek nobles. So we'll give them those duchies for 2.5% acceptance. Preferably I would have given it to my family members, but I have all daughters right now. So there's no one I can actually give it to. And I do need this cultural acceptance, which is going up pretty nicely. Let's spend some. So like this duchy's not made, but because it uses treasury, we have a lot of treasury. So let's spend the treasury to create the title. And then that can help us farm a little bit more cultural acceptance. Same thing, no Sicily there, so we'll create it. Fortunately, no acceptance for giving him Sicily. Right, we are at 68% acceptance. We could probably create a few more duchy titles. So there's Antioch, Crete. Let's try to give it to one of these Greek persons. Although he's a criminal, I had to grant it to him so that he can get the acceptance. We have Antioch over here. This guy's not Greek culture. He's gonna die soon, so let's see. Don't have enough influence yet to do that, so we'll hold on to it. We're almost there, so 77%. So So we just need like to give this Antioch away. We can excommunicate the guy. All right, let's see if we can first create our new faith. Right is not allowed. Can't condone our stance on polygamy. He's okay with concubines, okay. Okay, so we can create our new custom faith. That way we can have equal inheritance law. Most people won't convert, but that's okay. So once create this, we have access to aniconism so that we can destroy some artifacts for money since we're strapped on cash. We're keeping right. We're adding right so that we can have our ecumenism so that we are astray instead of hostile. That way the Catholic Pope can't take back Rome over here. Alexandrian Catechism is just good because it has learning lifestyle experience, which is nice. We have equal gender law so that my daughters can inherit. And we're going to always allow divorces and temporal revocable. Okay, so it's called New Buddhism. And to change our state faith, we need a lot of piety and influence. So I don't know if I have enough lifetime for that, but we can try. Let's first go and fix our artifacts. Any of these extra ones that we don't need, we're going to destroy for money. Like even this hydraulic organ. We need the good amount of money and piety. And we can also found a holy order. So I might as well. All right, we can try to get people to convert. First, let's try to convert indirect vassals. And we do have some treasury. We can get some of these guys to convert. We have some daughters. I do have a daughter and heir, so I need her to marry someone matrilineally, preferably with inheritable traits. Maybe this guy over here. Alright, we do need someone to be our faith. Nope. Alright, finally, he's our faith. We can assign this guy. Now those temples can go to him. Okay, and then let's decrease these men-at-arms by 1 size. We'll save a little bit of money. Since we're going to be able to have a lot of treasury, we're going to just create provincial armies. For our laws, if we can pop out a son, I could try to temporarily go to Orthodoxy and come back to New Buddhism eventually. But we need children. For now, let's work on getting some influence. Okay, also need a little more acceptance. Let's get the acceptance up first. So let's kill this guy first, and then let's kill this guy. Let's also sell some of these useless artifacts. You'll get a lot of piety and gold. Right now we can set a new budget. We'll keep balanced economy and that balance out the treasury a bit. For the treasury that we do have, let's definitely spend it to continuously upgrade the buildings. We're going to prioritize buildings that give us taxes and influence. So in Byzantium, we can do the Murex fisheries. This will give us tax and influence, which is very useful. For these side ones, let's do the fisheries as well, if they have it. If they don't have the fisheries per se, we can do water management. This will also give us some influence. And in Rome itself, let's also go water management. I'll leave those two alone for now. And let's see if we can murder this guy. Right? And then let's see if we can murder this guy. Alright, so this guy actually died. So we inherited his titles over here. Now we can give it to someone who's Greek. And we can give him the duchy there, although we didn't get any cultural acceptance for that, unfortunately. All right, looks like we'll probably have to do a grand tour or tournament. Maybe like a worldly pilgrimage. Try to go to Antioch. And we'll get a cultural ambassador to hopefully get some acceptance. All right, we got healthy at least, so that lets me live for a few more years. $76. Maybe I'll hold a grand tournament. Dang, this guy escaped. Well, if he declines, we'll just revoke his stuff. Alright, maybe you can get athletic. Well, we got athletic, so hopefully we live long. Probably have to hold court as well. Alright, let's see if I can get some cultural acceptance from holding court. Oh, nice. That's exactly what I wanted. So for the first event, we're able to host a big festival. So 10% acceptance. Alright, that's actually amazing. So I can form a hybrid culture. So we'll be able to get Cavalkind, which gives us another domain limit. But we'll also be able to get the correct culture. So I actually do want to keep Chinese, since the whole theme is the celestial realm. We need Chinese to become celestial in the future. We'll do bureaucratic so that we have fascination, progress, and lifestyle experience. For our traditions, we're going to want to keep Roman ceremonies, just so you can get born in the purple trait. We're going to keep court machinations so we can eventually get 20 concubines. We can do palace politics so that we can also do the typical Byzantine activities like founding the Varangian Guard. And it makes so physically disfigured and infertile claimants can't press their claims. We don't need Art of War anymore because this will make our maintenance too high, although it does increase the size and efficiency of the men-at-arms. So it was nice having these guys. Or sorry, do we keep that? This one does give a lot of development growth, but we're not crazy about that. Yeah, maybe we'll get Ballistae. All right, we'll do Imperial Tagmata so we can recruit good men-at-arms. And it will increase the title men-at-arms size since we're giving up Art of War. So we can't recruit any more of these strong infantry because this does increase our maintenance by too much. We're doing Roman ceremonies so that children born to the Byzantine Emperor will gain Born in the Purple. And palace politics, so we could just found Varangian Guard. And so claimants can't be pressed for physically disfigured persons. We'll have court machinations so we can have 20 concubines in the future. We have cultivation so that we have some life expectancy, but also reduced elder health traits. And we have scholar officials so that we have increased learning lifestyle experience and people are more loyal. All right, so a lot of people will actually convert, so that's pretty nice. Before we form that though, let's go to the provincial armies and we can create some of those infantry before we're unable to. We'll just have one stack there. And then let's form that hybrid culture. So now that we're ahead of the culture, we can now pick the innovations we want. Let's actually go for royal prerogative for now. And you'll see that a lot of our realm is now that culture, so that's good. And our acceptance with Greek is basically 100. So now a lot of our vassals do love us, not only for granting them the titles, but we're also the similar culture. We just need to convert them. But the best way is to change the state faith. So we'll have to figure that out later. So let me purge the other pretenders. let's also get rid of this guy. Alright, so we won against this guy. Now take his stuff. And we technically could give this daughter the appointment. Okay, so at least one daughter has a title. All right, now my one daughter is going to be... Now let's check our inheritance. So my eldest daughter is going to be the next empress. So that's good. The next person is pretty close. So let's right click my daughter and let's make sure we promote her as well. And the last thing I could do is elevate co-emperor. This will give 50 more to the candidate score. But in case I get a really good son, then I'll actually wait until the very end. In the meantime, let's just get her promoted. Let's make sure I don't have any rivals. I don't. So I should be pretty safe if this guy protects me. Okay. And to restore the Roman Empire, we do need these duchies. So I already have Latium over here. I just need some more over there and titles over here as well. So we probably want to do a few more wars before I die. Like Venice is pretty nice. This daughter is basically an adult. Trying to find a marriage for this daughter so we can get more influence. Okay, we can force this guy to marry. Alright, but there you go. We have another house head +1. That's good there. Just keep marrying the house head families for an alliance. And let's start working on some of the territories. Okay, I actually have one son that's born in the purple. So that son might have his score We do need to survive for a while. Let's have him do intrigue. Let's make sure we have a tutor and a wet nurse. But our private army is getting expensive, so I want to transition them to our provincial army. Let's just continue going up the bureaucracy dynasty legacy tree. Here we can get some money there. Alright, we won Venice. Alright, so became our vassal. He's Republic, however. Let's have him become administrative with some gold. This way he gives us a lot of tax. My promote scheme is ready, so let's promote my daughter. So now she gets plus 50. So she's first in line. This guy is pretty close. Now we can also see who we have a hook on. There's a lot of hooks on us. We hold a hook on only a few people. Like, we can ask this guy to help support. Yeah, doesn't do anything. Okay. We can get whole of body, so we're gonna live even longer, so that's good. Then we'll just go for like learn on the job, I guess. Or maybe we should go skullduggery. Yeah, let's maybe do skullduggery. We'll start trying to focus on destroying these claimants. And let's continue building stuff. So every time I increase this, let's decrease some of these so we can further save on money. The other thing to consider would be that our heirs do not have veteran adventurer, so the cost is going to basically double. This is going to take a while though. Meantime, let's work on some of the other duchies we need for the Roman Empire. Alright, this guy wants us to give him candidate score for Venice. It's not a bad deal for us. We do get some influence. Sure, why not? Okay, I finally became infirm. But my health is still okay, thanks to having Blade Master and Iron Constitution. Alright, we have all of Croatia now, so let's take back Rome and fight them as well. Let's first finish this. Alright, so we might have our first successful murder. Let's take a look. Alright, we killed that guy, so one less claimant. There is this guy here that we need to kill. Do want to get rid of them all. In our domicile for the manor, let's go for the servants' quarters. This will give us intrigue lifestyle experience, and it'll make it so that the hostile scheme phase length are faster. Alright, that's one claimant down. Let's get rid of another guy. What is this? To give him titles, we don't want that. Alright, we have a Byzantine Imperial strain. Venice hates us, so might as well just keep doing that to Venice. Alright, so we won Croatia. We can usurp the title. And we can give this to this daughter. We do have minus 21 offensive war opinion, so that will take a couple of months to go away. So in the meantime, take a look at succession. So popular opinion's okay for now. Our daughter's still first in line. She's promoted for the next, let's see how many years, until 922. And we could even spend influence to give her more score. We need a grandchild. Let's educate this granddaughter. For our daughter, let's have her marry someone with good intrigue. Let's get a chief eunuch. This will make it so our scheme phase lengths are faster. Let's maybe get a bookmaker so we can get more influence. This guy's got a lot of skills. He's seneschal, charioteer, eunuch. Impressive. Okay, let's decrease the size by 1 so we can get some income. For our family. Eventually, I want confident schemers. Maybe I could just spend a little bit of influence to change. Oh, they're kind of weak right now. It's perfect time to attack. Can even summon the Holy Order if we want. For my wife and Empress, let's have her assist in the intrigue and then we'll try to pop more kids out. Okay. Let's try to murder some more of these guys. Nope. Failed. Alright, we want Alexandria. So, glorious day, we got some influence, prestige, and we gained this modifier for learning, piety, and same faith opinion. Now let's see if we can give it to this daughter. Let's create this title and give her Alexandria. Okay, the Abbasids are okay strong. Or not the Abbasids, but yeah. Arabia. He's in debt. But I have 2 years of war opinion. I am low health. Let's host a feast for now. Alright, we'll become a lover. This way, we might be able to get a health buff. Let's try to murder this guy again. Cool. Alright, couple more claimants. There's some people that want to be on the council, but even though I'll get influence, their stats are terrible. This girl wants Venice. Sure. Alright, perfect. So we have this medium health boost for 5 years. So now our health is back to fine. So we have another at least 5 years to live. Right, we're able to kill another one. So a few more claimants left. Let's kill these claimants before we continue wars. There's this eunuch now. We'll get influential eunuch, so we'll start to get some stats for reduced intrigue. I usually keep them at level 1 or level 2. Alright, this guy wants to govern Venice, so Venice looks like a hot topic, but we're going to get under 50 influence. That's good. So here's another eunuch event. You'll be able to increase his level so you can get to level 2, which gives you a domain limit, but you have reduced vassal opinion, or you can have negative to reduce your taxes and increase enemy hostile success chance. So I like to keep them between level 1 and level 2, since this is the right amount of balance, so we'll keep it there. And then let's try to kill these claimants. We have 15 more war opinion, so once that's done, then I'll go grab something else. So here's level 3, you can go up, but let's just keep them at level 1 and 2. So we got a job done right. So our schemes are going to be even better. Just a few more unlanded women, so we're going to be really good. Alright, I'm becoming more and more infirm. Right, but our health is still okay for now. Alright, it became a known murderer, but that's okay. Now just one more, and no more claimants to our throne. Perfect. So all the claimants to our Byzantine Empire are killed. And I need 80 tyranny. I actually never knew you needed tyranny. That's a little too much. No, we actually don't really need that. Unfortunately, if I die, if the oath is broken, then we'll lose a lot of level of prestige and stats and resources. Tyranny's the hard part. I don't want to be a tyrant, really. Alright, well, let's try to get to Antioch. Alright, so if I'm going to lay with her, I might as well make her my concubine. Alright, let's go back to medicine focus so we can live longer. And whatever duchy here. Let's take a look, make sure we are still first here. The popular opinion in Byzantine is negative, so we can use our eparch to increase that by giving appeasing citizens. So now our score is up by a bit. And once this promotion is done, I'll promote her again. Alright, we research royal prerogative. Let's go for maybe magistrates. Alright, so we won the war for Antioch. Another glorious day. So we got the modifier again and some more influence and prestige. We can create, or this girl already has that title. Perfect. So now let's work on the other parts of the de jure. We can fight France again. If we look at our vassals, there's a 20 offensive war opinion. There's this crazy guy here, however. Let's get rid of him first. Let's also promote my daughter. I may or may not live long enough until this son can become an adult, so we'll have to see if that's successful. In the meantime, we're raising the granddaughter here. And let's also host a feast. Hopefully we can get another health boost. We can create more provincial armies. I think we can create maybe the Bellistri. This will give us some siege progress as well. Although their toughness is kind of bad. Let's create these guys instead. It says my heir is not next in line. See that there's that rival who's trying to come up. So we can imprison them, or we can execute and banish them. I don't want to spend my influence right now because we're almost... I want to get 5,000. Well, you just have to outlive him, really. Let's withdraw from view so that he has a lower chance to kill us. Try to kill him first, I guess. In the meantime, we're gonna finish this activity. Maybe I can murder my rival. I see he didn't come. This person damaged our... We can detain him. And he does have some influence, so maybe I could demand some influence, although it's just a little bit. Let's promote my daughter. All right, so we're back in first place. All right, unfortunately, health is poor. Might not live to have this son inherit. All right, we'll go for 2 wars at once. Let's do water management. All right, we got Apulia. Let's create this duchy so we can get one of these guys. All right, it's a little risky, but I'm almost going to kill this guy. As long as he doesn't kill me, then my daughter will be first in line again. Okay, I'll be dead in a year. So I have until next December to sort things up. All right, my son is there. We need to give him like a ton. Could get this son to be first in line, but he'll be underage. We won't be able to do what I wanted with the influence since we don't have enough for change state faith. It's okay. Let's just make sure that we can kill this guy. Alright, he actually died. So now at least we are definitely gonna have someone in the family inherit. I've been breeding this daughter. So she has 1 virtue. But my son is also the same age, but he's born in the purple. So he might be a little bit better actually. So let's let him get first in line. Let's try to win the war ASAP as well. So we have until end of the year. Alright, so we won that war. Great. So now we have this guy as a vassal as well. Let's usurp the title. And we'll give him that. Let's maybe convert to Orthodoxy for now. We can always convert back to New Buddhism later. So now this son has very good. And we could even elevate him as nominal co-emperor. This will give him even more score, but I don't actually need it right now. Let's do things that I can with my influence before I die. All right, let's get rid of the eunuch since we don't have any more schemes right now. All right, so we've conquered a okay amount. We just need Romagna, Genoa, Apulia. I'm not sure what that one, I think that one is Palestine. Yep, Tunis and Croatia. Well, at least we'll die before we fail this oath. We just have some peasants here, but should be able to destroy them very quickly. Okay. So we finally died. We've perished as Huang Chao, who became the Byzantine emperor. We lived to 91, impressively. We had 25 wars. Now we're playing as his son, who's a 14-year-old, but he's born into purple. And he has 2 virtuous traits. So most of my vassals should like me enough. Everyone hates us. Alright, but we'll hold a coronation in a second. Right here we can let go of a eunuch. Or not. I think it's best we don't get the eunuch. Alright, we destroy these peasants, so they will be pacified. So our men-at-arms are back to being full price, but our income's not going that below, so that's actually pretty good for us. In terms of claimants, it's mostly just family, so I think overall that's okay for me. Would be nice to have a brother as my vassal, as my heir, sorry. So our influence generation is decent. So let's just keep an eye out on the factions. Get a cat. All right, we're gonna have to pay some money. But the good thing is there is no big factions for us to be concerned about. Let's see if we can get ourselves married to someone for an alliance. See if there's inheritable traits anywhere. Okay, this girl's intelligent, so that's pretty good. He is a head of a house, so let's see if I get the bonus. So because we're allied with the house head, we get +1 influence bonus. So now let's go look for marriages for our family members. Just want to make sure they are house head. This guy's lowborn, so it doesn't count. Let's get our siblings married to some house heads if possible, or our ally to a house head. Trying to look for people that are decently healthy. Like this person should be our ally for a long time. All right, we got most of our family married. All right, we got most of our family married. So now we have 15 influence per month, which is nice. So now let's go and get coronation. Let's ask our head of faith to request anointment. And then let's host that coronation for ourselves. We need some treasury, so I'll temporarily get it from our personal gold. For our factions, we do have my sister who wants the throne. All right, we'll deal with those things as they pop up. And for these, we'll just there's some strong detractors. Not sure if I want two rivals from the get-go. All right, we became crowned. All right, we'll just try to have kids, I guess. I'm not going to pay that much gold, no thanks. All right, so we got a lot of resources. And actually now a lot of people, since I was coronated, the factions actually broke up. So now most people are happy with me. We have a holy anointment. So the Pope really legitimized me. We're going to try to save up the 5,000 piety and influence. So eventually I can change our state faith. But for now, let's keep working on restoring the Roman Empire. Probably save Palestine for last. Looks like this guy's suffering an independence war. Do want this county right here. And there's a dissolution war, which is nice for us. And let's keep building stuff here. All right, I became a man. We are a elusive shadow, so we get two. So we get 2 to our domain limit. We can discharge my half sister here. And now for our lifestyle, we're going to go intrigue, since this will really help us maintain our realm. Let's also promote our culture in Rome. We are bleeding money, however, from the conquest. Probably gonna have to use intrigue to conquer. Yeah, this is bleeding our money. Unfortunately, if I give up this private army, then we'll be super weak and we won't be able to fight off factions as much. But we do see that my grandfather's journal is giving us 20% lifestyle experience, so that's very useful. Or sorry, my father's journal. There's his army. This girl wants to be promoted. But that would be free influence. Alright, so we won that county there. So now we've restored Mari. So we gain reduced army maintenance. And we get some influence and prestige. Glorious day for Romans. Alright, but we're gonna get the schemer before we start conquering the rest because it's costing us too much gold. And I need enough money and treasury so that we can defeat any outside conquerors and internal conflicts. Let's swap the barracks. Or you can ask for men at arms from the house. Let's see. Yeah, let's swap the barracks for money. We just need straight up money. Probably the best is Mulberry Copse here. This is a little money and influence. I could also go to the university that's right in my town, although it's going to cost a lot of money. 930, so we're going to have to wait a long time. Alright, we have another dynasty legacy, so let's go for our house and home. This person wants me to promote them, so that's just free stats, that's okay. Now those peasants caught my peasants. So let's raise everyone here. Oops, that's not what I want. Alright, those peasants are finished, so now they're appeased for a while. Can vassalize nearby people. Once there are vassals, feudal vassals are a little tough, so let's have them demand administrative governance. And then that way they won't form weird factions. And this lady here as well, let's have her become administrative. I'm not sure why we get an event where this girl is clearly administrative, but there are no. So why are we increasing feudal taxes? All right. Okay, and then let's just see, there's this one family we don't really like. They're weak. So we can try to challenge their status and we can steal influence. All right, so let's try to steal some influence. We got 145 influence like that. Let's also host a chariot race for influence as well. We did get something inherited, so let's get one of our siblings. Ah, I forget. We are regular Orthodox. So we'll just have to give this to someone else. Let's get ourselves married. And let's start producing as many kids as possible. Alright, here's the betting. Okay, let's just wager a small amount. Alright, I lost some money, but I got 1500 treasury. Interesting. Yeah, I really don't do chariot races, but it seems interesting. Right, anyways, that's a lot that we can build. There's all these people that want Venice. It's hilarious. Alright, we're gonna just marry all these beautiful women, including my niece, who's pretty. Random dude wants to be co-emperor. No, thank you. Like how that little boy is arguing with me. Alright, let's see how much it will take to convert to new Buddhism. About 1300 piety, so I need around 6300. I could probably also go on some pilgrimages as well. I got rid of that steward who I didn't want to be there. Cool, got my first son. University's so pricey, so let's get him educated on intrigue. Make sure we have a wet nurse. And our tutor is good. Now let's focus on getting the rest of the Roman Empire. I think we could just do it within 2 rulers. So we need Romagna, who's held by this entire guy. There's this guy that we can abduct. So I'm going to start abducting people to press their claims. Like this duchy over here. Although he also has a claim. Already lost track of where the guy is. But I can't see where. Oh, there it is. So I'm working on the other duchies of the Roman Empire, like this Duchy of Romagna here. I don't want to wait too long for this son, so I'm abducting this guy. And we're going to have to kill these other guys. But this son will be for Romagna. So let's focus one duchy at a time before I lose track of things. Plus, we're not twice schemed yet. Alright, let's try to abduct this one guy. No cost gold. Fortunately, it did not succeed. For now, in the meantime, we're just building things in our holdings. While I'm saving up the 5,000 piety and while I'm saving up the 6,500 piety and 5,000 influence. See, our influence gain is pretty nice now with all the buildings. Someone even gave us something. We can sell it immediately. Says they will let us vassalize them. There's a pretty big guy that will join our realm. And as soon as we can, we want to demand their administrative governance change. We'll pay them 300 treasury, but it's definitely worth it. They'll pay him actually a little bit extra. But this way he can't start any weird factions. Some steward wants to be co-emperor. No, thank you. We did inherit something. This brother is of age, so we can actually grant him an appointment. Can't seduce my main wife, so I'm just going to seduce my concubines. It looks like this guy's a ruler now, so can't really use that. So let's try to abduct this primary heir then. He's got measles, so there's a good chance for him to die. It's nice that they put the titles and names and opinion, but it'd be nice if I knew how competent she was. She's terrible, so no thank you. Our health is still fine thanks to having pretty good health. And we lost measles. So now we're just playing nice and slow. Someone's trying to kill me, but good thing we have decent amount of prowess compared to this person. There's a 100% chance that we survive. Once we're stressed, let's go on a pilgrimage to rack up the piety as well. We have twice schemed now. Could actually just grab all of Robagda. We do need this little piece as the Jur part of Croatia. Or sorry, this piece down over here. This guy, we might be able to abduct one of these sons, so we want Tunis. This is gonna maybe go to this son. Let's first get rid of the father. My wife tried to obtain gold from me, and she failed. So she cost me a ton of gold. Alright, so we killed that guy. Now let's abduct this grandson here. We can now abduct the heir to the duchy, although it's still failed again. We did inherit another barony, but we can hold on to it for now, since we do have the domain limit. My current son is not the next in line. My half-brother's currently in line. My son is a little further down because he's still a child. This guy wants promotion for Venice, sure. There's a faction to lower our bureaucracy, but it's not strong enough to fire yet. Right, it looks like the Romagna scheme failed, so we have to go another route. Alright, so we got Schemer. Our health is still good. Probably go for the theology focus or the medicine focused and just go for whole of body so our guy lives longer. Alright, so we're abducting this guy. See if there's any criminals. We do have a few criminals in our realm, so there's like this guy's a criminal, so we could revoke this title. We could actually revoke this king level title, so that means we could get a king level vassal like Romagna. Problem is, I've already tried to abduct this guy and we failed, so we have to wait a while. So maybe let's try to abduct the princess. And once I have enough piety, we'll be able to convert. Someone wants to do a board game, might as well do it, so we can lose some stress. We're really good at intrigue. Right, so we lost some stress, thank you. Alright, but once we're out of debt, you saw the faction decreased in size. So being in debt is not good. Alright, we have enough to abduct this princess. We should have enough to abduct this guy as well. Great. So this is the Duke over here. So we have a son. Once he's 16, we can recruit him and then force him to be a vassal. For Romagna, let's see how much it is to convert to our Muslim faith. We're going to need 1200 piety. So we still need a little bit more. It's the only downside with our head of faith. He's broke compared to the Catholic head of faith. He usually has money, but we can't ask for gold from him. So in the meantime, let's kill the spouse of this prisoner. And then let's imprison someone. This lady has some money. She's a criminal. So now we can imprison her. And we can ransom her for a decent amount of money. There's this guy who's really good at stewardship. He can have him join us. Alright, so that's one criminal. This girl's unlanded. We can also imprison her. She's got no money, however. Should have checked that beforehand. But we can get some influence from her, although I don't need it. What I could do is wait for this steward to get 100 gold, then we'll imprison her. And then let's ransom her. And she can be a steward again. But now we have just enough gold. Hopefully we can do a pilgrimage. Nope, it's still too expensive. We don't want to give this prisoner up because that's the heir to Tunis. Alright, so I'm just going to wait until I can do that pilgrimage. Looks like that King of Romagna inherited, so now my prisoner is next in line. We're also going to get rid of her husband. And our prisoner there is ready as well. We could also try to get the Kingdom of Italy. So let's abduct an heir here. Maybe this guy, he's far enough down the line that I have some time. And then let's try to weaken the Arabian Empire. Let's just keep murdering them until a child is on the throne. There's this guy nearby who's willing to be a vassal. He's really small, but we can just use influence to get him to join. And once he's joined, let's have him become administrative. And so if we pay him 150 gold, then he'll become administrative. He also gets a hook on us, so as soon as we kill one of these guys, then we need to get rid of him. Alright, let's try to abduct this other heir. So we got the heir to Italy. Let's now kill this guy that just came into our realm through vassalage. Looks like we failed even though there was a good chance there, but this game's growing fast. Right, so he died, so we actually inherited his titles. Alright, so now let's see who is old enough. So now we have a few ingredients ready. We have the heir to the Duchy of Tunis over here. Let's recruit him. And could do all sorts of things, I guess, but we can have him convert. And then we can grant him an appointment. There's a duchy over here that I have. Let's revoke this appointment from this guy. Because we are administrative, you'll see that we can do this without being a tyrant. And because I have enough influence, then we could just do this for free, basically. So I could quickly grab that title back. And then for this guy, who's the heir here, we can just grant him that duchy level. And then now when we get rid of his father, looks like my heir, my brother's trying to kill me. Makes sense. Anyways, we'll withdraw from view for a second. So once I have the scheme ready to kill this guy's... Oh, what happened? Oh, this guy's crown authority is probably high enough that outside titles can't be inherited. So there's my vassal. You'll see that he's not here, so we can't actually have this guy force succession. You'll see when he dies, it's just going to go to that guy's brother and not my vassal there. Looks like we can't do that one. Well, at least this brother is my heir. That way it stays in the family. We'll just leave him be. For now, let's try to work on Romagna. Or sorry, I don't have enough piety. I still need 1200 more piety. We have to do a few more pilgrimages. This is for exiled Orthodox of Oshari nobility, but those will reduce your development growth by a lot. No thanks. Well, we also got athletic. So the scheme to try to kill the Arabian emperor is reduced, but we could just try to kill his heir so that a child heir gets there. Try to kill this guy indirectly by just getting rid of his siblings. Maybe he'll lose Maybe he'll stress himself out. So just get rid of his family members and he'll be sad. In the meantime, I can go on another pilgrimage. Let's go to Rome this time. And looks like he died, so now a child is on the throne. I'm pretty sure this guy's crown authority is too high, so we can't murder away to inheritance. If he is there, then we'll eventually find him, so let's just keep killing people, and if he can inherit, then he'll show up. Alright, unfortunately it looks like we couldn't kill him to inherit it, so we can also try a intrigue war. So we have someone here who has a claim on Tunis. And what I'll do is I'll abduct the heir, and I'll get started on murdering the owner. There were no pilgrimage events that fired, so it's like glitched out. I didn't get any experience. But we do have enough piety, so now I can try to convert, I think. Sorry, I still need 100 more. My bad. Okay, let's see if there's someone in the family. So let's try to abduct the heir. Now I have the heir of Tunis caught in my prison, and I have a murder scheme that's basically maxed out. So once I have enough gold, I'm going to go and declare war on this guy. In the meantime, let's see what this girl's doing. So for the County of Venice, we're going to also abduct this person, since she is a known criminal. Okay, so I have enough piety now where I can convert to our custom faith of New Buddhism. And then for the decisions, we can spend the 5,000 piety and 5,000 influence to change our state faith to New Buddhism. So we'll let everyone embrace the new state faith. And now half of the vassals did convert and half of them did not. We can now manually demand people's conversion. You can even use a little bit of influence to try to force them, and this will give you some piety. For our Byzantine Empire title, my half-sister is now my first heir. The only important thing is that as long as a dynasty member is here, then we are still able to play as the emperor. So I'll just leave that alone. In the meantime, we have a bunch of artifacts, and thanks to having aniconism in our faith, we can destroy even these illustrious ones. We'll get a decent amount of gold. So let's break down all of these. In our work here, there's also certain things we can break down. And whatever extra ones we can destroy as well. For the events, we can do whatever's neutral to us. We can get pigeon informants. And here we have my wife. Okay. So we're now ready. We have positive gold. Let's declare war against this guy for our guy's claims of Tunis. All right, we might as well declare war there. So now we already have 50% war score because we have his heir as prisoner. My murder scheme on him is halfway done, and the scheme phase length is 10 days. So I don't even have to raise a single troop. And this scheme is totally ready. That way I can preserve my gold since we actually don't make that much money. And one big reason is because I'm still keeping this huge private army. And I want to keep it big because this is the only thing keeping me in power. Right now we have twice the maximum limit of personal armies. So we're just leaving these guys to enforce our will. Let's get rid of that guy. Looks like somehow we didn't succeed even though it was 95% chance. But that's okay. Try it again with 74%. Alright, so now that we've killed the ruler, we have his heir in prison, so now we've instantly won. So we've reconquered Tunis, another glorious day for Romans. We get this little modifier and some resources. So very nice. This guy should be happy that we helped him, although he does dislike that we murdered his family members. Now if I check restore the Roman Empire, we just have Romagna, Genoa over here. So we can try to get this girl, and also we can see if we need to go for someone's claims on Genoa or their claims on Italy. So let's see if we can invite a claimant. Preferably someone with no children. Maybe we can abduct this claimant here, although she is hunchbacked. I did finish my oath to strengthen the house, so this will just give us more stress loss and child opinion and some prestige. I also need legendary figure to... I also need the legendary figure level of fame to restore the Roman Empire. So let's host some grand tournaments and also some hunts. You can also join other people's grand tournaments. Let's not participate so we don't die. We have another Dynasty Legacy. We can do Eternal City. This will unlock Cabinet of Curiosities. Let's go and add cabinet over here. You can also vassalize someone here. Let's have them join based on our influence. And we can have them change to administrative. Although we'll probably go into slight debt. We can give them some more money. It's okay. Alright, so we have this girl who has a claim. We've successfully abducted her. We're going to get rid of her spouse. And then let's recruit her to our court and have her convert. So now that she's recruited, we We could attack this guy for Italy. We have this lady here. Let's just give her a position so that she does not leave our court. She's now my caravan master. And then we'll start working on the abduction of this son and heir of Italy. All right, cool. We got the heir. So let's start a murder scheme. And we do have enough to abduct this King of Venice. So let's abduct her. She is a known criminal, so we can revoke her stuff. And we have this heir of the Kingdom of Romagna. And for the Kingdom of Romagna here, we have their heir in prison. We can now try to recruit and convert them. And if we grant her Venice, we can see if... Yep, she's removed from inheritance. So if I'm going to glitch or exploit it, I need to grant it to her as soon as my murder scheme is ready. It's funny, I could immediately revoke this back. So let's just spend our influence and do that. Okay, let's invite her to court because she still likes us. All right, and now this lady is our courtier. So let's get a murder scheme ready on this king. All right, we'll see if that works. So now we'll grant the appointment of Venice. So now she's heir. And then while she's still here in inheritance, let's see if it works where I kill this person and now someone else. Ah, her sister. Okay, so it doesn't work that way. That's okay. We'll do the same schemes later. So yeah, it is working as intended where someone's administrative, then they're out of the line of succession. So you can't do inheritance scams, but we can still do intrigue wars. So let's get the heir of Romagna. This lady could be vassalized, but we'll do that later. Just waiting for my treasury to get positive. Actually, I could just transfer money. Forgot about that. Okay, so now we have Italy's heir in our prison. We have a murder scheme that's basically ready for the King of Italy. So let's declare war, and we can have one of our courtiers' claims. That way they will become our vassal. So let's declare war. And now this murder scheme is basically ready. And now this murder scheme is half ready, but the scheme phase length is really quick. So once I just pass a few days, I don't have to raise a single soldier. We're going to be able to murder this guy, or attempt to murder him, or successfully murder him, but now his heir's in prison, meaning 100% war score. So a glorious day for Rome. We got Lombardia reconquered. So we get 20% lifestyle experience gain and some resources. We are defending against some attack here. It's not good for us to lose, so we did inherit a terrible war. I don't know if we'll have enough time. It says 99%, so we'll lose in no time flat. So let's raise the Holy Order, and let's raise I don't know if that's enough to kill them. Nope. Their army is a mix of troops. Let's see if our Holy Order can take them on. I don't think so. Actually, sorry. I really don't think they can. Alright, but maybe they can delay them for the men-at-arms to get there. See, it's at 100%. We just need to win the battle. Okay. Thankfully, he did not press the victory. You saw it was at 100% for a while. The AI maybe takes a month, I guess, to press it. So now we are back in the game. Looks like this war started a while ago, but we inherited this war once we got Italy into our realm. So let's go beat them. You'll see that with my men-at-arms raised, our income is very negative. Let's also abduct the son of Romagna, and we'll get started on a murder scheme of the queen. For the faction, we have a bunch that want to change the state faith. This person's Orthodox. We can convert them though. Let's actually manually convert our vassals. You see they did lock this screen here, but now they unlocked the faction screen, unfortunately. It does look like the chance is pretty good. Mostly because the state faith modifier is plus 100. So let's use one of the mods I do run, which is just simply to demand everyone's conversion. Right, cool. So we won that defensive war. Now we are ready to attack the Queen of Romagna once we get out of debt. So we can attack for a couple of people's claims. Let's go for this lady's claims. Or maybe, sorry, someone else. All right, let's go for the one with the hook. So we'll go for this lady's claims. We'll just wait for this murder scheme to fire since I have her heir in prison. It looks like that war ended somehow. Probably because our claimant died. Let's try it again. Good thing we have a lot of prestige. Alright, so now that the queen is dead, we have her son in jail, so we win that claim war instantly. Another glorious day for Rome. We have increased diplomacy and influence. For ourselves, we are 13,000 away prestige-wise, so let's get started on that hunt. This guy is rising up, but we can just raise our men-at-arms. Alright, so we won that. Okay, let me take a look at my vassals. I think everyone likes us enough. Maybe I could start to transition my army away. So what I mean by that is right now we are still spending a lot of money on maintenance. Our neighbor is decently strong. Let's get rid of some of these guys. They're too experienced looking. Intrigue is so strong when you're good at it. All right, very nice. So I'm just going to get rid of people until it's a child, like this 13-year-old. Even better, there's a baby. Looks like we inherited something, so let's give it to a family dynasty member. Alright, so now let's try to kill this caliph. So now a baby is on the throne, so he looks really weak. So now I can attack for Jerusalem. I have a decent amount of income. Let's actually wait until I reform my army. So we're going to decrease these guys down to their appropriate size. You'll see that our personal income is going to skyrocket. So it's going to be up to 30 a month now. And we're going to use all this newfound income to start increasing the imperial men-at-arms. Yeah, our Chinese troops were really strong. All these other troops are not as good, unfortunately. This guy's in the way of my steward position. Might as well make these people administrative. That's a lot of treasury. Right, so let's build some light footmen maybe. Alright, I was trying to convert them, might as well just murder them all. And then let's just give it to family. Alright, the Arabian Empire. Let's try a murder abduction as well. So let's abduct his heir. Successfully abducted his heir. And then for our requirements, we just need Croatia and Palestine. So let's declare war. Because it's appropriate to get the entire kingdom of Jerusalem. And then let's just win it by intrigue. Meanwhile, I need the rest of Croatia. So for this guy, I also need Big de jure. Alright, so we just need that one thing of Charso. So let's also abduct this guy's heir. And let's start murdering this guy. Right, once we've killed the Arabian Emperor, we now instantly win the Kingdom of Jerusalem. It's another glorious day for us, Romans. Right, there's a lot of duchies that I can usurp or create. Let's give this to some of our children. Like for this daughter, let's have her marry someone with good traits. There's this daughter that can maybe marry this vassal. Although she's Republic somehow already. Ah, she got granted titles from there. From her sister. Let's invite this sister then. And we have another sister as well. We can get Jerusalem. Right? So now we have a lot of influence because we have a lot of family members there. Right, and then for this son, we want to use the new Missions, the player heir will never be there. So we're going to forbid him. Let's find him a good wife. Here's a good genius wife. And he's basically second in line. So we shall promote him. And for my brother, it's like he's really trying to promote himself. Anyways, now we just need to get 10,000 level fame. And we need that one other county here. So let's declare war. We'll seize the de jure of Charso. And let's actually also see who has the biggest military in the area. There's another fast way to gain prestige is just battles. Although we don't need prestige per se, we just need fame. So just need a lot of battles. I mean, I guess we could manually fight this one. Let's see how much it will cost to sustain our current men-at-arms. Okay, so we're actually positive with these guys. Right, but I have no idea where this guy's armies are. Probably fighting the nomadic uprising. Let's promote my son. It's like my son is now the heir, so that's good. Someone became our steward, so let's get rid of her. Sorry about that. Alright, that kingdom's too big. Let's just get rid of this guy and just win. Okay, so with that little battle there, we now should have all the de jure for the Roman Empire. Now we just need to get legendary figure. We can continue to host hunts. We can continue to host hunts and grand tournaments. And we need about 10,000 prestige or fame. And also create some titles here. There's a lot of kingdom titles I can make. Also create an empire title. And we can also vassalize a lot of people. All right, maybe we can attack the Abbasids. Let's just get rid of one of their kids. And let's abduct an heir. Or actually this won't work because we need the heir of the heir. Let's abduct this one. There's a uprising here. So we'll summon our men-at-arms here. Alright, so that one victory only gave us war score but no fame. Unfortunately, it's going to have to be helping out an ally or joining someone's war. Oh, I'd love to fight in this crusade. Right out. Let's see if I can force this guy's son to marry one of my guys. Or daughters, I mean. So let's abduct the heir. So we're gonna abduct the heir. And let's try to recruit this heir. I guess he could even be converted. And then we'll have him marry one of our daughters. And then now we should be allied, or at least I can negotiate an alliance. If I can't offer to join war, then we'll just have him inherit. So let's get rid of his father. Looks like he's pretty lucky there. Can also try to abduct the Pope, I guess. Wow, his father's pretty tough to kill. Well, we succeeded there. Alright, so let's try to kill this father. Alright, so we killed that father. So now we're technically allied with the person who's married to my daughter. And now I can actually help join his war against the Pope. Or my vassals. I guess some of my vassals are fighting against him, unfortunately. So let me try to fix that. So we have Catholic vassals somewhere. I see. There's this guy in the crusade. Alright, so that doesn't work. Alright, well, sorry about that, but I gotta get rid of you so I can get my daughter back. And I guess we'll abduct the Pope for fun. There's a lot of things we can do. So we could castrate him for fun. Wow, that's a lot of rivals. So let's get rid of them. It's good to be good in intrigue. You do get prestige for outliving a rival, though. It's not that much, though. And unfortunately, I get stress. That's not good for me. Alright, we became strong from training for a tournament. Alright, since we're forgiving, let's see if we got some prisoners here. Let's see if we can pardon some criminals. Maybe that will give us stress loss. Yep. Pardon my brother. Pardon this vassal. Alright, so that's some stress loss. Alright, let's prepare a feast. And let's get as much prestige gain as possible. And let's continue getting rid of these rivals. We have 7,000 more fame. Our health is pretty good, so we should make it. Need someone with decent military around us. I guess I could try to attack the main defender here. Maybe that will make us hostile to the Crusaders. Try that out after the scheme here. My own insurance. Let's take a look here. Looks like my grandson is the heir. Interesting. Oh, there was a baby that came out of my daughter. Alright, let's abduct the second one then. Okay, we got some more stress. Let's pardon my niece and this vassal. Alright, so we'll try to attack this guy, although we don't have a claim or anything here. Let's look for a claimant. Maybe we can abduct this guy. So we're going to abduct this claimant. We're going to recruit him. Let's have him convert. And then we're going to press this guy's claims. But in this way, all those other armies are hostile to us. So we can try to fight them for fame, although we're probably going to die. But it's nice to try anyways. We can also have our holy order come. And while that's all happening, let's host a grand tournament. All right, let's get ourselves landed over here. We've successfully landed here. Looks like our army's coming to us. Gained a little bit of fame. We got 800 prestige from the grand tournament. Let's host ourselves a hunt. See if we can take out this army here. In terms of commander, we can see if we can invite someone that's even better. Looks like we're going to definitely lose because they're going to collapse on us here. They have 97 knights, but that's okay. It was a good attempt anyways. Right, cool. So now we have a war against this guy. Who's the new king of this? Doesn't say he's a crusader king though, interestingly. If you look at the Pope, he called for a crusade. And I assume he won. Yeah, this guy conquered in a holy war, but he's not a crusader king somehow. Well, we're going to be able to destroy some. $5,000 away. Yeah, unfortunately, we don't get that much resources. See if this 1,000 army strong can get more fame from being a small army. There's his army over there. Really not that much in terms of fame. Yeah, 90 fame's not much. Alright, well, we did get Justinian's province reconquered. This guy's clan, so let's make sure he turns administrative. Alright, well, we got Valencia to ourselves now. There's a bunch of these vassals. Just gonna clean up these vassals. And I'll just host a hunt. We're almost there. Probably just make up for the rest of it by creating some kingdom titles. Let me just clean these up since I'm here. These are a lot of people we gotta kill. I am trying to grab the lands from this vassal. I can't revoke it from her. Or I could, I guess, because of administrative. Yeah, maybe that's a little faster, actually. Let's just abduct her. But I might as well get rid of all these other family members that don't like us. Right now that she's in our jail, we can take back those titles. And there's all these guys who are also feudal. Let's give it to... Oh no, this guy is... Let's give it to this daughter. But we'll get rid of the claimants for her. And then meanwhile, we'll just shoot the boar. So we're only 1,200 away. And we could try to kill these people for my daughter. Maybe she'll inherit everything. We're gonna have to check how many murders I did to secure our little empire. I mean, this step is unnecessary. I'm just interested in making my daughter's life easier. Wow, that's a big family. Okay, anyways, it looks like this daughter is doing okay. focus back to ourselves. We somehow have a duchy over here. It's funny, we didn't even build it, but we got a prestige refund. Let's feudalize this one holding. All right. Okay, so we're just about 1200 prestige away from legendary figure. So let's actually spend some of the money I have saved up, and maybe we can create some titles. So let's create like the Kingdom of Jerusalem title. Let's first transfer some gold into treasury. I'm just holding down Control left click to transfer 500 at a time. So we'll just create some kingdoms. Do Sicily. I'm specifically not creating the ones that are in Byzantine, since if I create the ones in like Jerusalem, that would give me more taxes. Since this vassal right here, if we take a look at this guy, your contribution is currently correct, but let's say I have, if there's anything outside, everything is inside. Okay, here. We have Sardinia over here. So we have like a vassal here. If we look at their contributions, somehow it's still rightful liege, I guess. Oh wait, sorry, I have Empire of Italia. Never mind. That part doesn't matter, but I know it did increase for Jerusalem. Didn't record it before it happened. Okay. Let's do Thessalonica. Okay. So once we created those titles, now we are a legendary figure. And with that, we can finally restore the Roman Empire. So once we complete this, there's a few options. We can gain access to very strong casus belli. This will let us basically conquer empires at once. But it also makes more peasant factions rise up and all of them target me. And there's an increased Mongol invasion, so it's very tough. Or you can convert to Hellenism and the state faith of the Byzantine Empire becomes Hellenism. Or you can proceed as normal. I think you can go for the middle one. So another coronation is in order. We've now risen to the level of hegemon. We are the Roman Emperor. So we are Imperator Caesar Augustus Huang Guangyuan the Glorious of the Roman Empire. So in just 2 lifetimes, we went from Huang Chao, who was just a little adventurer in China, who traveled over here and usurped the Byzantine Empire, and then his son was able to restore the glory of the Roman Empire. So, as technically the challenge here would be done. We are both Augustus. and born into purple. And I already have enough piety from living so long. I can reform my faith. And we can immediately go for like household gods, which will increase our influence even more. They'll make Augustus a virtue. And then we can go for like divine marriage, go medicant preachers. Let's do like equal, righteous, have a spiritual head of faith. We could have concubines. We can have accepted crimes. Okay, but before that, since our culture has core machinations, we should be able to get 20 concubines. So there's 4, and now we can get even more. But the viewer did ask for a celestial Roman Empire, so we gotta go feudal and then back to celestial. So let's do that before the end of the video. But let's first reform this faith. And we can again change our state faith. Actually, it is already the state faith, okay? I have all of the titles here, so I can immediately... So because we already did a lot of work and conquered most of Italy, and because we did all the work to conquer Italy and Romagna, our vassals also conquer the rest, like Sardinia over here. It got inherited into our family. So now we can dismantle the papacy, and there will be no more crusades against us. And we can even reclaim Rome as capital. I guess it's only proper if we reclaim Rome. Just trying to convert someone so I can assign them here. So now my domain limit should be fixed. My subjects all basically love me because born into purple is a virtue, Augustus is a virtue, Augustus itself also gives plus 10 opinion over here. So now that we have this ideal Roman Empire faith, all these subjects are now happy. So I really shouldn't fix many factions except for ones that are due to different faiths or cultures. But let's do the last request, which was to go celestial. So I'm guessing we need a lot of gold. Like this one's 4,500 treasury. And so maybe let's just double it to become celestial. So I think once we get to about 10,000, then we'll figure out what to do. So before I find a holy order, let's first revoke all the holy order leases. And we're getting a ton of money. Let's also get people to convert. This woman does not want to convert. It's my niece, however. Let's get rid of people who don't want to change. Right, then we can found a holy order. Let's have it based in Ostia, which is in Rome. And this holy order is the Shumpingong, so, well, the Myrmidons, so interesting. Actually, when we go from administrative back to feudal, we'll probably lose all these imperial armies, so we're going to want to save up a decent stack of gold to be able to recreate these, or at least a decent army, so things are technically stable. So maybe like 15,000 gold. Yeah, unfortunately, there goes the budget. I was getting 100 treasury a month, and this budget just killed everything. Maybe I should do it manually next time. so good that we only have one detractor. Alright, we'll just murder this guy for now, since that will immediately end the war. We can beat this populist war of 20,000, but I don't want to spend the time with our income being negative, so let's just get rid of them this way. So you see that's invalidated. And let's also get rid of this guy that way as well. So being intrigue is very, very useful. Just like that, it's over. Guess in the meantime, we could just grab some empires for fun. So while I'm waiting for the 15,000 golden treasury to build up, I am just going to mess with Arabia. We're going to incorporate it into our hegemony. So I'm going to abduct his heir. And we have a little murder scheme ready here. In terms of claimants, one of our knights is actually a claimant. We're going to have him marry one of our daughters matrilineally. Then let's go and press his claim for the entire empire. And we have a huge stack of prestige that we can use to do that. And then we'll just wait until the intrigue scheme is caught up. While there's an uprising, we'll just get rid of the leader with the intrigue scheme as well. So I don't have to raise a single soldier and spend my nice income. So let's get rid of that guy. Let's try to get rid of this emperor here. Alright, so now that he's gone, the war leader's in my jail, so now we won this claim war immediately. So we've got the final frontier restored, and long contested province restored. So just like that, we incorporated them into our hegemony. He is a clan vassal, however, so I do want to have him change to administrative. He has a big family though, so I can't murder my way to success. So I might as well ask him to change, and I paid him 500, he's adopted. Unfortunately, all of his vassals are still clan. Now we just have to make sure we get rid of the claimants for him so that he remains in power. Alright, we're busy getting rid of these guys. Looks like my game is running faster. I guess something reset. You can see there's already a bunch of claymores, so like he's actually attacking someone, which is good. He's also defending against the tyranny war, which is not good. So we did get rid of the tyranny war for him. There's another guy here we gotta get rid of. Alright, so maybe I need to exert some direct control in a second. Let's take the empire back. Let's take away the caliph's titles here. Now there should be no head of faith. We should control basically all of them. And he can renounce his claims. So now we have a bunch of these vassals. We need someone to kind of manage them, so let's give it to maybe a daughter. And then let's demand their conversion. There's a lot of vassals. Let's start a holy legend, but our goal is to go celestial. I guess we do need it though if our realm breaks apart, then the run doesn't really count. We're not gonna spend money though. maybe we can just abduct them because it's endless. Alright, we just abducted him so I don't have to fight him manually. It's funny how these guys are strong enough even though our military is so big. Like, how are these peasants good enough? So I'm going to abduct the non-administrative vassals and then we'll have them give me their stuff and we'll distribute it to our children. But it's good to have a lot of influence because you need it to revoke these titles. It's also help her against the tyranny war. Almost done cleaning up these vassals. All the while, treasury is filling up. Oh, he died from poison. Well, keep getting more land vassals. We can get the final legacy, which is order mass arrests. And noble families are less likely to join claimant factions or depose schemes. Although it's funny because with the hegemony tier, there can't be any claimants. Yeah, I don't really want to fight those wars, so goodbye. Alright, so we've completed a legend. We'll be able to evangelize to the realm, so then all this new empire over here, most of it's going to be converted. Looks like I just caught wind of this tyranny war. We should help her out in a few days. She's just about to lose this. Alright, so now she can keep her hold on this empire title. Alright, we did magistrates. Let's do battlements. Mainly did magistrates so that there's an extra building slot and you can just build more stuff here. See, our family rating is very powerful, so everyone who's in the succession line is part of our family. Everyone has like 1,000 more score. Compared to like even the highest guy here. He's got to score 500, but even a baby has plus 1,000 from our family rating. So it's important to give all the governorships to your family. Alright, I guess we'll do another Holy Legend. Let us go for the Roman Empire de jure. I mean, it's not that hard. We're just gonna talk to people and win wars through intrigue, since that's really fast. Well, actually, we can do Roman invasion of Empire here. But we can still abduct his heir, and we can just murder him. So now we instantly win this war. Alright, we grabbed everything here. Oh, it is nice that we got some of the duchy titles. There's just one that wasn't created. So I could just quickly give this. Let's quickly give this to our dynasty members. Looks like that's the old version. The old Casus Belli. It gives it to this guy. Makes him clan though, so that's not ideal. All right, we can just restore this for 0 cost. I might as well actually fight for that. We can also Roman invade this guy. All right, so we'll Roman invade to grab everything. We'll also invade. Restore Imperial Province. This guy becomes someone's vassal. This is Roman invasion, so we can just get it ourselves. This one's small enough, maybe we could just fight it. Right, but we got Maghreb. Another glorious day. We got a lost province restored. I like this Casus Belli because it grabs all of the counties for us to give out. It does give us a decent amount of the duchy titles. Some of them we have to create. I'm running out of family to give it to. Alright, we'll probably have to fight this defensive war. My health is still fine. We do have time. I'm just recruiting and converting claimants, abducting the heirs, just doing murder, abduction wars. Let's see if we can murder this guy. Great. Although Britannia is a little weird with the elective law. Looks like a... Oh, actually there he is. Get rid of this guy. Let's also attack for France. I do need a new intrigue wife. And we're almost at enough to become feudal again. Okay, there we go. Now we have our prisoner there. Let's get rid of those guys. We have France won already, so another long-lost province restored. And now we're working on the Empire of Britannia, which has all of England and Scotland, and all of the rest of Iberia. Okay, now we root and converter, so now we have our claimant. Now we just abduct the heir. And then we declare a murder scheme, and then we'd go to war for this girl's claims. Alright, great. We won the Empire of Britannia since we already captured his heir. Glorious day for Rome. Another final frontier restored. Actually, a couple restored. So we have this empire in our hands. This is technically part of the Azure. Sweden's massive. So we got Burgundy, so now slowly getting the Azure, and we're working our way to maximum money, although the treasury is negative. Do we have to enact a budget? That way it can become positive again. Alright, we can recruit this lady who has claims for Sweden, Norway, and Denmark. Now we can declare war. Let's also invite this claimant for the rest of North Africa over here. And we'll abduct this person. There are these Viking invaders, so fortunately you need to pay 8,000 treasury to make them happy, or you can give them some land. But we won't stand for that. Let's get rid of her. Actually, I don't even need that person's claims. This is Roman invade. And this murder scheme's almost maxed out. Very quick. There are a couple of wars that I inherited, so let's get rid of some of them. Although this holy war is still valid. Can abduct someone a little further down the line. And then for the Vikings here, we can also abduct their spy master. It's gonna take a while though. Might be faster to just fight them. I abducted a guy further down the line because it's easier to abduct them. Like if you abduct this guy, it's a little easier. Versus if you abduct the direct heir. Well, he's not in his core actually. That way it's a little easier to get the correct heir. All right. So I think we have most of the de jure. We're almost at 15,000 gold. Might as well finish the job. We got this guy's claim on Norway. Cool. Do we need Brittany? I see. If I captured them, then it doesn't do anything. I'm just trying to save as much gold as I can, so I'm not lifting a finger. Although we will maybe lose this if I don't succeed this abduction. It is 95%, so we better succeed. Thank you. Alright. My eyes are clouded, but we are still healthy. I think that's almost all the de jure. Or it's technically this area as well. Alright, it looks glitched, so we'll just manually conquer it. Let's see. basically ready. I have just a few more to get the historical de jure, so let's go for it. Just trying to finish these ASAP before I die. Okay. Oh. Clean a lot of things up. Well, gotta host one more feast. It's funny because when we murder people that are our rivals, we gain stress because we are forgiving. You almost have to murder a random person to reduce your stress. All right, there we go. Or whatever. Okay, so we've saved up enough treasury to finally take adopt feudal way, or holy cow. I'm sorry, it's scaled up. Okay, well. So we've finally saved up enough gold or treasury to eventually take adopt feudal ways. Before we do anything, before we go further, I have a holy legend that I've prepared so I can complete it. And our realm is mostly Hellenic, but a lot of the new land is Catholic. So if we evangelize to the realm, then we'll be able to get most of the land converted. And we do have the historical de jure borders basically complete. Maybe just these counties over here. But with these borders complete, let's go to adopt feudal ways. I'm going to need 10,000 treasury, so let's pump some from my gold stash. So now we can adopt feudal ways. And once we've adopted feudal ways, we can go back to adopting centralized bureaucracy. We need powerful vassals to have a positive opinion of us. So let's first check our powerful vassals. We have one guy here who really hates us. So unfortunately, we're going to have to figure out how to make him happy. So we can make that guy happy. Let's get rid of his predecessor. Well, looks like it still didn't inherit properly. Anyways, let's get this guy to convert. And then now he loves us. For powerful vassals, looks like everyone's happy as far as I can tell. So now we can take the adopt centralized bureaucracy, and instead of going administrative, we'll do celestial since we're Chinese. So now we have returned to being basically administrative, but now as celestial realm. The estate is now slightly different as well. We still use influence, although the actions are going to be pretty much similar to administrative except as Asian flavor. And the funny thing is it copies over your gold into treasury, so now we're kind of wealthy there. And we can just increase our provincial armies, which actually stayed here. So I thought these were going to be destroyed, but they actually got preserved. We have a huge amount of provincial armies. And with Celestial, everything's inherited by primogeniture, so I don't have to do acclamation anymore. And also with our legacies, we can go for virtue. Let's just fix a few things before I say we're done for sure. Okay, but our guy has, after living to 83 years of age, he's reformed Roman Empire as celestial, and we have we have the historical de jure borders. Because we're celestial, we can also have keeper of the harem, so we can have tons of concubines and tons of children. Yeah, that's it. Thanks for watching.